Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning and happy bank holiday Monday. Thank you for joining me. I can't believe it's a bank holiday. That must mean it's May. Where did April go? I think I even saw it. But the leaves on the trees, which is quite exciting, isn't it? Feel like spring is properly here. So happy bank holiday to you. Obviously you'll be with me all morning on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. But I hope you're going to have a great rest of the day. I think the weather report's looking good. Don't worry though, if you want to go out, we have got the whole day on pre-order. I will go through in a minute what's coming up today. Don't forget it's Yarn Lane, woohoo. But we're going to start with an early bird, and today is a lot about the Jubilee, because we have been showing you Jubilee makes over the last few weeks. But we kind of feel that this is the time you really need to be last chance buying today so that you can get it all made ready in time. So we have two early birds. Very special, and they are both to celebrate the Jubilee, obviously, and I have my red and blue dress on. Should have got a bit of white in it, so I should have had a Jubilee dress really. But these pattern weights are exclusive to Sewing Street. Exclusive. So if you've been watching the Sewn Bean, who hasn't, you'll see that quite often they use pattern weights on that for cutting out their dresses. They're very brave, aren't they? They use rotary cutters and pattern weights. But these are fantastic for holding your fabric or your patterns flat and in place. So they come in a very lovely pink gift box tin, and in it we have 4 pattern weights, all Jubilee themed, but for our little extra Sewing Street exclusive special, the Union Jacks are obviously in the Sewing Street colour palette. So we've got 2 with Union Jacks with a little bit of a check, little bit of a spot to please all of us fabric lovers, and then 2 with the Sewing Street logos on. These are really lovely. They're very heavy, actually. They're really nice. You can use them as paperweights. I use them if I'm drawing round templates. So even if I'm not using them for cutting out, if I want to draw around a template and keep it flat, they are really good for that. And because it's May and it's bank holiday and it's Jubilee, we have got a special offer. Now these are normally $13.99. So special offer in May. We have got, I think, to celebrate our Jubilee, we have a special May. If you shop any day in May, so that was from yesterday onwards, you will be automatically entered into a prize draw. There will be 1 prize given away per day. And you can shop anytime you want, and there's no minimum order at all. You can buy whatever you like, even if it's just a glue pen. Any day you shop in May, you will be entered into our prize draw. We have got a different prize every day, and they will be announced at the end of the week. It could be this early bird, who knows? But every single day, any time that you shop with us, you will be entered into the prize draw. So, early bird, what is the special prize, Kat? Normally these would be $13.99 for your 4, and last time we dropped the price when we had a special offer, we dropped them to $9.99. But today we've got an even specialer. Is that a word? It's more special. It's more special deal. $7.99. Wow. That's amazing. So that's £5 off. Exclusive to us, pattern weights to celebrate the Jubilee. Brilliant for holding your fabric flat. So if you're cutting something very lightweight, like a chiffon, a batiste, a lawn, something like that, and you don't want to lift the pattern up, really good for that. Also, if you're using something quite thick, maybe using a PU or a leather or something, and you can't pin, so you just want to place your pattern on top and hold it in place, absolutely ideal for that. Good for holding templates in place, even if you're just tracing over them and you want to hold them down. They're fantastic. Now, these are exclusive to us. Only place you can buy them is here, so we can't give you a direct product for product price comparison, because you can't buy them anywhere else. But we can give you a price comparison on similar pattern weights. Here we go, 4 pattern weights. These are the same size, the same weight, $29.99 for 4. Oh, sorry, 69. Very small words. $29.69, and ours are $7.99, and they're exclusive. That's amazing. I think $26.99. That's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. We found another similar one. Look, I mean, in fact, the tin looks identical, doesn't it? $14.99. So, I mean, that's still a really good price. So they come in a presentation tin, just like this one. Ours is pink with the silver rim. Exactly the same size, same weight. But obviously, because we had these made for us and we buy, in quantity, then we can negotiate the price better. And we've got the special £5 off deal, $7.99 for something that could cost you $26.69 or $14.99. Now, if we have any left at midnight, they will go back up to $13.99. I will keep you updated throughout the morning as to how they're selling, if we're getting close to selling out, so that you know. So we were going to drop them to $9.99, but no. Extra special because it's our don't you? Yeah, it's Bank Holiday Monday. The office staff are still in bed, to be fair. They are. Well, we haven't had any messages from them yet. They won't know. And in fact, if we could just get them sold out by about 9 o'clock, they definitely won't be up. Third of the stock has already gone. Now, you are saving really with your £5 more than your P&P then. Your P&P is $3.95 for the day. Doesn't matter how many times you shop, whether you shop 799 times or 395 times or just the once. You will only have $3.95 applied to your order. Your basket, once you've checked out, it will close at midnight, and at that point, the P&P is applied. So anything that you buy between now and then will only be $3.95. And the same goes for when we put things on pre-order. If we drop the price during the show, which we have with this one, then you will only pay the final drop price, and that's because we have the ability to close the basket at midnight. So if you have already bought these at $9.99 or $13.99, don't worry, you will only be charged $7.99. And the same goes for any other products that we manage to sneak by a quick price drop on. So $7.99. Please do keep checking out for those. We've got a lot of you buying multiples, and lots of you have them in baskets as well. They're not yours till you check out. So if they're just sitting in your basket, remember, over a third of the stock has gone, and we've only been on the air 5 minutes. So if they're in your basket, you do need to check out. Now we do have another early bird. I like this one. This is lovely, this one. Already been selling on pre-order. Now, there's something quite special about this. It's a 3 bundle of Jubilee fabrics, red, white and blue. So what you've got is 3 half meters. You've got this beautiful, vibrant royal blue, obviously royal. You've got beautiful, vibrant London telephone box red. No, London bus that would be, wouldn't it? So phone box red and bright optic white. But so these, the red and the blue, are your normal quilting weight cotton 44-inch width. The white is normal quilting weight cotton, but it's a 60-inch width. So, and the reason for that is we sold out of the normal white fabric, so we had to make it with the extra white fabric, but just at the same price. So look, this is the white. Look how long that is, 60 inches. But if I show you the blue, so this is normal. This is your 44 inches, not short or anything, but compared to the blue, so that's that one. And then I'll show you the white one, just so you can see full comparison. So royal blue, London bus red, and handkerchief white. See, look. So that bit there is extra. Now, we would normally charge £11.37 for that bundle. which works out £3.79 a half metre, which is a really good price for that extra wide one. But I think, let's get it under £10, Kat. They're definitely not up. Have you had any messages? No, they're not up. £9.99. £9.99 for 3 half metres of fabric. So 1.5 metre fabric, and don't forget that the white fabric is extra wide, that you are getting that bit more than the other bits. So that works out at £3.33 a half metre. Now this isn't lower quality at all. This is our beautiful Rose and Hubble quality quilting weight cotton. It is gorgeous, so you can use it for your quilts, you can use it for your smaller mates. Lots of you buying multiples. Maybe you're thinking, I'm going to make some bunting for the Jubilee, or I want to make some napkins, or I'm thinking about making little party favour bags, or you just want to use it to put it into your stash, use it as quilt sashing, all sorts of things. But to have that, and these we have selected these specifically to be proper Jubilee colours as well. Now, remember, there's quite a lot of you are buying multiples. Remember, these will come pre-cut. So with a lot of our fabric, if you buy, if you want a metre, it comes cut as a metre. Because these are bundles, even if you buy multiples, you will get them as separate half metres, just so you know. Now, these are flying out. Absolutely flying out. We've got way over a quarter of the stock that's already been checked out. Loads more in baskets. So if you want this, you need to get checked out, because it's £9.99. If we have any of the bundle left, and as with the pattern weights, I'll keep you updated. It'll go back up again at midnight. But £9.99 for 1.5 metre of fabric. And don't forget, the white is extra wide. Now, if you've already checked out on the pattern weights, you've covered your P&P already. And with this as well, really. It's all done, isn't it? All covered. Please keep checking out for these. They are your perfect Jubilee colours. So if you wanted to make some bunting, just cut alternate triangles in the red, blue and white and sew them together. If you've got a bit more time, you want to be super creative, use the 3 of them to make Union Jacks for each one. Half of the stock is gone. Now, there is a short queue on the phone lines. You can shop on the website. That's the quickest and easiest way to do it. But if you would rather speak to our call centre, it's UK based. Well, it's not just UK based. It's upstairs, just up the stairs, around the corner. It's upstairs. Really, really helpful people. The number's on the screen: 0800 001 4433, and it's free. It's free to call them. So if you would rather pay by phone, or if you've got a question, you say, I've put that in my basket and I'm not sure if I got the right. They're really, really helpful. They will be able to sort out any problems, because I know what it's like. You put things in and then you're not sure what, they will sort it out for you. There is a short queue. There is a short queue for these, obviously, because they are very, very popular. That works out £3.33 for 1/2 metre of quality quilting weight cotton, and the white one is extra wide. But even if you're not making Jubilee things, this is a great bundle to have in your stash, because at that price, £9.99, and remember the white's extra wide, that's fantastic, isn't it? £9.99. Loads and loads of you have got it in your baskets. Not surprised. If I wasn't on here, I'd have it in my basket. I've had a little chat to Kat this morning about what I want to put in my basket. Yeah. No. Oh no, talk about what I want to buy. 70% of this bundle has already gone. And we have got more of you who have it in your baskets than we've got in stock. So if you've got it in your basket, quickly press the checkout button and finish your... But don't worry, you won't get charged. You won't get charged your postage and packing until the end of the day. But please do check out, because we have got more. But if you're new to us and you think, I don't know how to do that, just call the call centre. There's a number on the screen. There. Can't do it. There. 0800 001 4433. And they're really good, because they know about everything. They're really useful. When I phone up to put my orders in, they go, oh, do you mean that? And I go, oh yeah, I did actually. They're always very, very handy, because they do know. Right, there are 5 of these bundles left. Only 5. And there are 41 in baskets. So by my maths, that's quite a lot of you that are going to miss out. 36. 36 of you are going to miss out. So make sure that you're one of those 5 that presses the checkout button. Look, I've got a whole flag now. Look. It could be French, it could be France. It could be any country, really. There's lots of... I reckon the majority of flags around the world are red, white and blue somewhere. Anyway. Congratulations if you've got yours. Send us a message. Tell me what you're going to make with them. Tell me what you're going to make. Keep checking out in your pattern weights. Well over half of the stock has already gone on the pattern weights. But that is our lowest ever price. And it's upside down. That's much better, isn't it? Anyway, let's have a look at the website. If you're new to us and you want to know how to shop, or you want to know how to view, or you want to know how to see, all you have to do is go onto the interweb and put on www.sewingstreet.com. And this screen will come up. Ta-da! Click on Watch Live, that's on the top. And from there, you can have a look at the website. But if you click on Watch Live, you can message us, studio@sewingstreet, or you can message studio@sewingstreet.com. There you are, put your message in, bank holiday deals, nobody's out of bed yet, except for you who's watching, and me, and Kat, and Charlie. Now, if you scroll down, there are two columns. There's today's show deals. Those are the things I've already talked about. Look, sold out. Oh, well done to the last 5. And on the right, we have pre-order. Those are the things I haven't talked about yet. So this is everything that's going to be on today's show, including Yarn Lane. So this is the first time you've watched Yarn Lane. We now put all the products for Yarn Lane when it's on air on Sewing Street. The Yarn Lane website still exists, but we've just put today's products on there. So we've got new panels. We've got that fantastic Jubilee quilt. Oh, look at these. We've got beautiful things. You'd make your own Jubilee apron. We've got Amber Makes at 10 o'clock. We've got the garden birds back in stock. The sewing case has been out of stock for ages. That's all back, and all the materials that you need for it. We've got the special garden birds bundle that sold out last time, where you can buy all 3 birds and you get a special saving, and it's on split pay. I'll show you those at 10 o'clock because they're just sat on the shelf behind me tweeting away. We have got Katharine will be on with us in the second hour. She's going to be making Jubilee crowns. I love these. I think I might have to make one myself. And we have brand new and exclusive to Sewing Street in Jubilee Embroidery panels. Talk about all of those later so you can see what's in them, but they are fab. Then Yarn Lane is on at 12 o'clock, and we have Jane Crowfoot in the house, which I'm very excited for because she is A, fab, and B, massively talented. Now, I have had so many requests from you. Please, can we bring the book back? We've only had it on air twice before, and every time it's sold out within 10 minutes. Now, the book is the pattern. She was inspired by May Morris, who's William Morris's daughter, to design these blankets. They're all in crochet, but she takes you by the hand from the beginner how to do them. They look massively complicated and really impressive, but actually when you break it down, they're quite simple. They use very simple stitches, and you learn and grow as you go. Now, we've never ever had the yarn packs in for them, and the important thing about these yarn packs is that each of the colourways uses a different yarn. So one uses an acrylic, one uses a bamboo and cotton, and one uses a wool. So depending on which one you buy, that's why they're different prices, by the way, in case you're thinking, is it a different colour, different price? They use different, so whether you want an acrylic snuggly blanket, whether you want a more robust cotton blanket, or whether you want a squishy woolen blanket, the different colourways are different yarns. And we have never been able to get these in before, so I am so pleased, and that's just what we're doing, because the book gives all the inspiration, it gives the background, it gives the history, it is a whole book. And obviously you can buy the book on its own, and you can use your own yarn for it. The yarn packs are just yarn packs, you have to buy the book, or if you've bought the book in a previous show and you want the yarn pack, it's all there. And don't forget, Jane will be with us at 12. Please do message in. She is an absolute crochet expert. If you've got any questions, she'll be able to answer them. So I'm really looking forward to that. But the whole day is on there. Now, please get ahead. We have only got of the Yarn Lane packs what we could get. They are limited. I'm trying to get my name on one of them and I haven't quite managed yet. So only because I'm on air. But if you want one of those packs, just saying you need to get ahead. Message from Heather, I will be making mega amounts of bunting for work with my red, white and blue bundles. Thank you, team, for such a great deal from Heather. Oh, thanks, Heather. It's really nice. I always want to know what are you making with them. So you'll be able to make loads for those. Hello at Sewing Street. The more details function on the item listing isn't works. It jumps you off the Watch Live page. Oh, thanks for the message, Teddy. We are aware of that, and we've spoken to the tech team, who luckily are in on bank holiday. Well, one of them is. We're going to try and get that fixed. Not absolutely sure. One of those bank holiday gremlins. But thank you for messaging in. It's always really useful to know when we have got problems, because you then want to know. Shall we see what's coming up? I know we've gone through the products, but let's have a look at what's coming up anyway. So now at 8 o'clock, we've got Jubilee panels and kits, a whole host of them. This is kind of your last, not your last chance then that we won't sell them anymore, but we're sort of thinking you've got a month now till you've got to order it, you've got to get it sent to you, and you've got to make it. So you've got a month till those 2 bank holidays, I think at the 3rd and 4th of June. Okay, they are, it's 3rd and 4th. So you've got a month really. So a good day today to buy them. At 9 o'clock, Katharine will be with us showing you how to make Alice and Marion's twisted quilt, but using our special Jubilee panel. You could use that to hang in your front window to celebrate. That would be nice. Use it to take on your picnic, Jubilee picnic with you. Hang it up as a decoration. She's going to be showing you how to do that. That would be lovely because it's quite a simple make, so a really quick one to do. 10 o'clock, I'll be on with Amber Makes Kits back in stock. So we ran out of stock of the garden birds. I've had a lot of you asking for them, particularly the multi-pack where you can buy all 3 of the birds together. But the one that I'm most pleased with, because we've done a lot of people say to me, what's your favourite kit? And the sewing case, I have to say, is my favourite kit. I made it for myself and I use it all the time, and we've only shown it once on air before. I've got that back in stock and I'm going to demonstrate how to use it. That will be how to make it even. That will be at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Katharine is back with us showing you how to do the Jubilee Embroidery. Again, brand new and exclusive to Yarn Lane. Absolutely gorgeous. If you've never ever tried embroidery before, this is a brilliant one to start with. I've spoken to Katharine, we've decided we're going to do it as a sort of a complete beginner. If you've not done embroidery, how do I do it? But even if you are an embroiderer, you're bound to pick up some tips from Katharine, and these are exclusive embroidery panels. Also, the Jubilee crowns. Now everyone needs one. If you're having a party, make everyone a Jubilee crown. They're fabric, so they'll really appeal to people. They aren't those throwaway ones that end up just in a bin liner. These are crowns that you will keep. They're fabric and they're beautiful, and they are exclusive to us. Then at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane, the fruit garden with Jane Crowfoot. Really excited about that one. Word of warning with that one, there are lots of you checking out on the pattern book. And my favourite bundle, sadly, is the favourite bundle. So Love Is Enough is my favourite one, just because I like the colour. And that is the favourite one at the moment. So please do get ahead. If you're going to be watching Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock and you want the bundle, please do get ahead and check out now with them. Right, and let's start. This has got nothing to do with the Jubilees theme, but everything to do with the fact that it's mine and Kat's favourite product. And we're both on air today, and it's back in stock. It's only, it's only $4.99. It's wooden and it's so old school. It's got metric and imperial on it, and it's just lovely. It's got things on it like it's got all the conversions, like 30.48 centimetres equals 1 foot. 1 mile equals 1,760 yards. You'll remember these from school. We had these in school, didn't we? But I have one, and what I use mine for is as a quilt hanger. Because if you make a quilt, like a wall hanging quilt, and you put tabs on the top, you slide this through. It has holes at either, this has got nothing to do with it. This is not why it was invented. It has holes at either end, so you can put a little nail in and hang it up. And it is honestly the most beautiful thing to hang your quilt on, because it looks really lovely. But you can just use it as a decoration in your workroom. But it is actually really useful, because I find, if you have used yours like I have, send it to us. I'd love to see what yours looks like. But it's also really useful. I was, yesterday, I was backing a quilt, layering it all ready tomorrow for my full-on day of machine quilting. And when I was measuring the fabric, if you use a tape measure, one end of mine I've managed to iron, so I always have to start at 10 inches and take it off. But I was using my meter stick to it holds the fabric flat really nice if you want to draw a nice straight line. But when you want to measure that distance, it's so solid, I feel it measures more accurately than a tape measure. And it's a thing of beauty, and it's only $4.99, and whenever ever we have it on air, it sells out. 20% of the stock's already gone, so actually I think everyone now knows that they can only put it on air when Kat and I are together because it's our favourite product. No, it is ours. It's just a lovely thing. But you imagine that with a quilt hanging off it. No. But you know, it looks nice, doesn't it, when you want to measure out a fabric width? Because I wanted to check with the bundle we had just previously what the width of that fabric was. And with the tape measure, it's just a bit, you just put this on top, easy. It is a lovely thing to have. And it just looks lovely. You just want to... It's double-sided. So on one side, you've got all centimetres. Let me show you. It comes in a plastic wrapping as well to keep it nice and clean, so I'm keeping mine in that. When you get yours home, do take it off. Centimetres on one side, and then if I turn it over, we've got inches, and then it's separated in yards, 1/8, quarter, half, 5/8, 3/4, 7/8 and 1 yard, but it is a metre long, so if you see the end, you can see, have I got that the yard finishes before, and then you've got the other metric there, but isn't it just a thing of loveliness? And it has holes, so you can hang it up, so put a little nail in the wall or just on a shelf or in your workroom, or you can put it on your architrave on the edge of the door. I used to work in a wool shop and they had a metre ruler on the old glass haberdashery cabinet. It takes me back to fond memories from Louise of Hertfordshire. Well, that's why I love it. It's so retro, isn't it? And I just think $4.99, because often when you get things like this that are really old-fashioned and traditional, 8 left, only 8. There's 23 in baskets. Message from Christine. Morning, I've just joined you. Does the Fruit Garden bundles come with or without the book? From Chris. It comes without the book. That's how we've done it, and the reason for that is lots of you have bought it in the past, the book, and therefore you might just want the bundle. The bundles are all different prices as well, and some people I know want to buy the pattern but want 2 of the bundles, and then you'd end up with 2 books. So we separated it just to make it simpler, but it is all listed like that. And also the yarn bundles on split pay, even better, which means that they shouldn't really be at that half price, but I went to Yarn Lane, please. They let me. Which means that you can split the pay. It doesn't cost you any more. It's interest free. So if you want to spread the cost over 2 equal payments, you'll get it straight away. Then you can. There's only 2 wooden meter sticks. How many did we have, Kat? We obviously didn't have money in. We did have quite a few, actually. Good morning, I love my meter stick. It's so easy for measuring my fabrics. From Susan in West Sussex. You're right, Susan, it is much easier to measure fabrics. And also because I use a heat erasable pen, I draw the lines on. So when I drew my quilting lines on my quilt, all in black erasable pen, I drew them with my meter stick. It marks the meter stick, but I just ran a hairdryer across it and they disappeared. Just saying. Do you love the quilt behind me? Do you love that? Look at that. That's coming up in the next hour. And gorgeous, isn't it? Exclusive. Exclusive. Make a nice dress, that panel would, actually, wouldn't it? Make your Jubilee. Actually, wouldn't that make a nice Jubilee dress? Thinking about that. We are selling the panels on their own. I've got a really nice dress pan that would work very lovely with. Glorious. That's coming up in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes. All right, let's go through our other Jubilee panels. How many of these have we got left? 1. And it's this one. This is yours. Don't worry, I've kept the plastic packaging on for you. We can. Right, first panel, panel number 1. There's only 17 of these left in stock. This is, let me just read it. It is, it's the charm squares. So there are 5-inch squares and there are 40 of them. There we go. Let me put it flat so you can see them. So maybe you've got a pattern that uses charm squares. Maybe you've made the Charming Shadows quilt. You want to do that in charm squares. That would look fab. If you've got a quilt, maybe you want to make a load of Jubilee cushions, cut out 9 of them all joined together. Sew them all together to make a bigger quilt. Get your sashing if you bought the bundle in the last hour. Make yourself a big picnic quilt. There's 40 on here. If you bought 3 or 4 of these, you could make a massive picnic quilt. You wouldn't even need to cut them up. Sew them all together and then just quilt along the lines. I mean, I think that price, $14.99, if you've bought a charm pack where you get 45-inch squares, they are normally about $24.99, $29.99. This one, $14.99. So we have got, I love the Union Jack. Our Union Jack has flowers and stripes and gingham and spots, obviously. And with the official Queen's Platinum Jubilee logo. We've got the crown, then we've got some of the prints that are in the Union Jack. So we've got the stripes with the roses, we've got gingham with crowns, we've got the little logos. Oh, I like the red print flower. So you've got a whole mixture. You could pick out the real logoed Jubilee ones, and then you could use the floral and the striped and check ones for something else. You could use them for bunting. Bunting does not need to be triangles. I've seen lots of bunting that's squares. So cut them all out, back them onto something else if you want to, and then just get a bit of bias binding and sew them all the way along the top. Very, very quick. If you cut them out with pinking shears around the edge, you wouldn't even need to hem them. I like square bunting as well. Look really good, wouldn't it? My favourite is definitely the Union Jack in checks and stripes and florals. $14.99. That is a fantastic price. These are exclusive to Sewing Street. Obviously, you cannot get them anywhere. Very, very limited in stock on these. Lots of you have checked out. Loads of you have got them in your baskets. So, as I say, it is just a month and a day until Jubilee, so you have got time. But the reason that we're really pushing it today is that, you know, we're away, we know what it's like. You've got to get everything sewn. You don't want to be doing it ridiculously last minute. You've still got time if you order today to get it done. Have a think about it. I mean, we're all going to be having picnics, even if it's just the family, even if we're not having big street parties. Make yourself a picnic blanket. I would do that with that. Very limited on that one. Next. Now, if you want to be a little bit, which one did you say? That can't find that one. That one has disappeared. No, I can't find that one. There's the web image instead. If you would rather go very regal imperial emperor purple, exactly the same panel, but all in purples instead. So you've got your Union Jack, you've got your logos, you've got the flowers, you've got exactly the same, but it's just in the purples instead. $14.99. I got that one. It's like bingo. House! Now, we tried really, really hard to get the red, white and blue bunting back, but we just couldn't. However, it doesn't matter because we've got the purple. Have we got the purple bunting? I thought I'd seen it somewhere. Oh, I bought the other one. So, this is the bunting panel. So, if you want really, really easy bunting to make, this is the Queen's Platinum Jubilee 2022 bunting. Now, look, as you can see, they're all in separate triangles. Now, what you can do to make this quick and easy is cut round them with pinking shears, sew them all together with some binding tape. Or, if you want to make them a bit fancy and a bit more durable, get some white, plain white cotton fabric or purple and put it right sides together with this. Now, if you turn it over, you can see through. So say you've got these right sides together, so you've got your white fabric underneath. All you need to do is sew along the lines, not the top, you need to leave the top open, but sew along the diagonals, keep the whole thing, but if you put them right sides together and then pin it all over, just sew along the printed lines, but only the slopey ones. Then you can cut them all out, cut across the straight top, but cut between the lines that you've sewn, so you've got about a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Clip the corners, turn them right sides out, give them a good press. You've then got beautifully lined triangles, and then all you have to do is get some white bias binding or make your own for some white cotton fabric. And you will have all of this bunting, and I think you make about 3 meters of bunting from this. Now this is the purple they have chosen for the logo of the Jubilee. So I'm just going to tell you how much white fabric you need with my marvellous, that's 70 centimeters that way, and I think it's 140 this way. So that's the size of piece you need. So if you buy, I mean, you can join it, you don't have to have one big piece. It's, oh, well, a metre that way. So if you buy a metre of fabric, just over a metre, if you're a little bit more than a metre, well, because it's exactly 100, you need a little bit, you can use that to back it, and you can make beautifully lined bunting very quickly. I'm pretty sure it was 3 meters. Ooh, just taken out the cushion. That's 18, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 24. Can you do 24 times 18, Kat? We are the cool. Right, 432. So you're going to get actually just over 4 meters of bunting. So measure up the size of your hedge or your front fence or whatever you want to do, and that's how many panels you need. I would line it if I was you. Obviously that's if it's single-sided. You could put these together, so you could back one with the other if you wanted to do it that way, but then you'll only get 2 meters of bunting. Entirely up to you. If you're going to do that, cut them out, place them right sides together, so just down the diagonal sides, and leave the top open so you can turn it right sides out, and then fold the binding around it and sew it together in one long length. Leave about 1.5 inches between each flag so you get a nice drape to it. But work out what you need. Fantastic. Can you please explain which of the yarn bundles are acrylic cotton wool? I'm allergic to wool, and the more details button doesn't work. Right, Love is Enough is DK, and yeah, now that is partly acrylic, partly wool. It's 25% wool, so that's the Love is Enough one. The Night and Dust, which is the brownie one, is bamboo and cotton. And that's beautiful. It's really drapey and gorgeous. And then the Red House is wool, but organic wool. Organic wool. So if you are allergic to wool, you will need to buy the Night and Dust one, because that's bamboo and cotton. But that is beautiful, that one. It's got a beautiful drape to it. The Love is Enough one is only 25% wool though. So it's acrylic and wool, which gives it just a little bit more structure, but that's the difference between them. Hope that helps. Send in your questions. Love a question. If I don't know the answer, Kat does. And if she doesn't know, Charlie definitely knows. Right. Yes, we can. Oh, this is the purple apron. Now, I have the red, white and blue apron behind me. So let me show you. So what you need to do, you need one of each of these. I don't think you need, oh, I love that one. Look at that. That is so clean and bright and fresh. There's your apron front. Obviously, it's the Union Jack, but in spots. I like the fact that the lines of the Union Jack, what would be white, it's just a sort of an ivory, makes it a little bit softer, with the official logo on the inside. And then on the other side of the panel, just turn it over, you have got pockets, because you can put a pocket on it if you like. You've then got the side ties, the neck ties and a spare piece, but you've got all of the instructions on here of exactly how to make it. And this is what it looks like in red, white and blue. One moment. So this is what it looks like. Oh, flip me. That's somebody with a small head. Right, actually it fits quite nicely. Oh, I'd have it tied up like this. I always end up with drips everywhere. So this is it in the red, white and blue. That's lovely, isn't it? Maybe I won't need to make a dress after all. I'll just wear an apron. So while you're doing all your cooking for your Jubilee party, put your rubbish old apron on, and then just before everyone arrives, go, oh yes, look at me. Oh yes, no, I haven't been slaving away over a hot stove on my... Now this one is also available. It has a tie a tie necktie, so you can adjust it. But if you want to make it really fancy, it's quite simple. Just buy some D-rings and you can do it adjustable, or you could use Velcro or a button, entirely up to you. But because it's a necktie, that means there's loads of fabric, so you can choose how you want to adjust it. But I quite like it actually, because the red, white and the blue is the most popular, but don't you think the purple one is it's very posh, isn't it? There we go. Right, I'm going to wear this like this. It's nice, isn't it? And it has a pocket with the logo on. I made the purple apron, bagged it out with a plain light fabric, looking forward to wearing it on the day, from Anne in Staffordshire. I think I would do that as well. So if you think, what does that mean? What she did was, she took the apron front, which is this bit, and then put some white fabric on top, right sides together, and then sewed it round the edge, left a small turning gap and turned it right sides in. You can also encase the ties in the seam while you do that, and that gives it a little bit more structure, makes it a bit posher. Thanks for that message, Anne. That's a really, really good tip. You don't have to do that. Is there a problem on the website? Every time I press for more details on any item, it doesn't give me anything, from Hilary. Yes, Hilary, there is no idea why. Some bank holiday issues, which they are working on. Thank you for letting us know, though, and hopefully it'll come back. But if there is any information you do want, just message us in and we'll help if we can. But it's not us, it's something to do with the web. We don't know. We're trying to get it fixed. But I'm so sorry about that. But if you need any information, just let me know. So choose whether you want red, white and blue or purple, or get both. If you've got some people, if you've roped in someone to help you on the day, make them an apron. Only $14.99. Yes, or if you're the person who's been roped in to be helped, impress everybody with your Jubilee apron. The pocket, which here, you don't have to put that on. That's entirely up to you. It has a lining as well, but you could, if you didn't want to. What's in my pocket? Oh. I've just seen there's something in my pocket. What's in my pocket? Oh, from the extra piece. Oh, we've got a little zip bag from the extra fabric. Thank you very much. Jules made those. Jules move. I'll put those back in the pocket. So that's the aprons. If you've made one, let me know and send me a picture. But good idea about the bagging out. Don't need to do that, but that will give you a really nice finish. And you just need to get yourself a metre of white cotton fabric. Look on the website, we do have that. Also in this range, we have a tote bag in the purple. And again, this has full instructions. Let me just get the tote bag. I have a sample of it in red, white and blue. Right, so there's the Jubilee tote bag. Let me just get the red, white and blue one. It's exactly the same, but this one's purple, obviously. So there is the tote bag. Now, how lovely is that? It's not just the front and the back though, it's the lining as well. So, posh. I always like a tote bag with a facing. That's probably because I designed the panel for this one. No, I didn't design the panel, the pretty bits. I gave them the measurements and the rectangles and wrote the instructions. So I do like a facing. So on the panel, you've got the front of the bag, you've got the back of the bag, you've got all the lining. So on the purple one, it's this lovely mauve spot with the logo. And you've got the facing that goes at the top, and you've got the handles. Now, for $19.99, right, because you've got the front and the back, why not make two? So use one of the linings for the back, and then you can just use some plain cotton that you've got for lining, or don't bother lining, you don't have to. You've then got two tote bags. Or you've got four if you use your own fabric, because you can use the front and the back and the two linings. But that's gorgeous, isn't it? And you can't get this anywhere else. This is totally exclusive. Oh, and on the panel as well are all of the instructions. So everything you need, you haven't got to guess how to make it. It's all on there. And you get a piece of spare fabric. So the main graphics that are on that side is the red, white and blue. That's the red, white and blue, the one that I was just... And then the side graphic that's just coming in is for the purple. You also get quite a big piece of spare fabric. In fact, that is what's in my pocket, is what Jules used, so you can use that for something else as well. So it's all on there, all the instructions, but isn't it lovely? Yes, warning. Right, a quart of the stock for the book, for the fruit garden book for Yarn Lane has already gone. Oh, and there's only 10. I shouldn't say that. I'm so pleased that you've got them. There are only 10 of Love Is Enough bundles left. I don't really mind. I'm just going to get whichever one's left, to be honest. They're all lovely. There's the code for the book, ERS368. If you've not crocheted before, you can do it from here. She has written it for beginners. You build and learn your skill as you go. It looks really complicated, but it's a beautiful book to read as well. It's got lots of history and information as well. Every time I have it on air, it sells out. I never order enough. This time we've ordered more, but a quarter of it's already gone. So let's hope there is still some left. Anyway, tote bags. You're going to look nice down the supermarket with that, and I'm thinking, what you could do is, if you go on the website, get some of the Thermolam. It's an insulated wadding. Put it in here, a couple of bottles of Prosecco, egg sandwiches, slice, love an egg sandwich. Make another one to put your Victoria sandwich in. In fact, the purple one would look nice with your Victoria sandwich in. This would look nice with 2 bottles of Prosecco. Maybe a big pack of salt and vinegar crisps. Oh, yes, Kat's found a rosé Prosecco. I've never had one of those. That would be nice, wouldn't it? So if you get some Thermolam, which is an insulated wadding, that will give it a real nice structure. You put that between the lining and the outer. You could even then put a magnetic clasp in the top. Because you've got the facing, a lot easier. Put the magnetic clasp into the facing on either side. We have those on the website as well. Before you make it, that will hold it closed. Then you have got your insulated picnic bag, specially. But we have got a picnic blanket coming up later. Love a picnic blanket. I always think that your picnic doesn't have to be quite as impressive if you've got a nice picnic blanket. We can. I don't like red wine, actually. And I don't like red wine. I just don't think I'm mature enough for it. I just don't have the palate. I think someone said to me, red wine comes with age. Well, I'm clearly not old enough yet. I just find it like, ooh. Maybe as I get older, but don't like red. I'm definitely not a red wine drinker. Now, I've seen this one somewhere. Yeah, Charlie ironed it. Where's it gone? Where's this cushion? Charlie ironed it all by himself. Oh, there it is. He put it up really high though. Charlie, it's ridiculous. How tall do you think I am? It's ridiculous. So this panel makes this cushion and more. So you've got the front of the cushion and you've got the back of the cushion. Use a different fabric, use a plain fabric, you've got 2 big cushions. You've also got, so those are 17 inches square. You've also got 3 10-inch squares to make smaller cushions, or use those for the centre of other cushions that you're binding, or use them for more tote bags or little gift bags. Be very nice. The backing, if you look at this fabric is obviously white. This is a very, very pale silvery grey, but you could use the rose pink or that slate blue instead as a sashing or a binding, or use it for a backing. But for £12.99, that's really, really good price. It's just a bit different, isn't it? It's just quite a nice thing to have. But tote bags would look lovely in it, wouldn't it? Because again, front of the tote, back of the tote. I would pick up, I think I'd pick up the slate grey. We have a plain fabric, it's called slate, isn't it? So the slate fabric would go really nicely with this. Or you could just use a white, to be honest. Wouldn't matter, but that's the colour that I would choose, would look really nice with it. But it's just something a little bit different, isn't it? You know, maybe you're going to a Jubilee party and you want to give the host a gift. Nice thing to give them for a gift, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it look lovely quilted? Because you wouldn't even need to think too much. You could just machine stitch around the edges of here. How about a bit of fur? You know, the very narrow fur you can get, or marabou feather. I absolutely love marabou feather. That's about the right width for it, isn't it? Only have 13 of these left. 12. Only 12 left. 10. There's a lot of you buying multiples. I'm not surprised. Right, so we've got 12 left. There are 12 in baskets, and we've got lots of you on the phone line, so someone's going to miss out. Quickly press the checkout button. Right, we haven't got that colour here, but I know that one. It's one of my favourite blues. It's called Slate, but it is that colour. So £3.79 for half a metre. If you put that code in, then that colour would go really nicely with this, because it is blue, but it is a grey blue. And that's cut off the bolt, so if you want more than half a metre, just put it in your basket, you'll get more. I used it to, I used it to align a bag that I'm making to match the quilt yesterday, so I know what colour it is. I know, I've designed a quilt for you, for Sewing Street, and I'm very excited because I finally finished it and I've layered it, and I hate layering quilts. It's so tedious, boring, but I love the quilting, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm going to get up early tomorrow to start that. But so I know what the slate is. That would be ideal with that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? What haven't we done? Right, now, this is quite important, isn't it? Because we're having a party, so we need to make coasters and placemat. Now, if you've never seen Victoria Carrington on air, she is fantastic. She is so talented. If you go onto her Instagram page, you should see her drawings. She draws animals and everything, absolutely beautiful. But not only that, she's a fantastic quilter, and her instructions are really good. Now, we have only had this kit on once before. 15th of May last year. Only once. So in the kit, you get full instructions to make 4 coasters. And look, they're appliqued. Tea time, cake time, wine time and coffee time. You get instructions to make the coaster tray to put them in, and 2 placemats as well. Also in the kit, you get half a metre of beige. That's used for the background colours you can see on there. But you also get this exclusive panel. This has been designed specifically for her kit. So all of the colours and all of the prints you need are on here, which is brilliant because you need lots of little pieces of fabric for all of the squares and to do the applique, but they're all in here, and all the prints are here as well. So you have got all of them are like little floral prints, but they've all been designed to the right colour, size and scale. So this is a very economical way of doing it, and it's only £19.99. So you get the panel, you get the half metre of beige, and you get full instructions, which obviously you can then use again. What a lovely gift for somebody. I mean, the instructions on their own are £9.99. And so I would say the panel would be £12.99 minimum. The fabric is £3.79. And that doesn't quite add up to £19.99, does it? And I'm thinking, if you're going to someone's house, what a lovely gift, because that's the coaster tray, so you can put all the coasters into there, and then you can take the placemats, or lovely for a new home gift, or someone's birthday, or if you're getting ahead and you think every year it gets to November and I wish I'd made my Christmas presents, get this, put it in your little box, big box, and you're all ready then, aren't you? Nice thing to take to someone's house rather than taking flowers or chocolates. Lovely thing to take for somebody. Look at all these prints. There are so many. So we've got the big, I mean, it tells you which ones you need. So you've got all of the bigger ones and the smaller pieces, depending on, they're all for different things, and it tells you in the instructions. So you've got a mauve print, a green floral print. But you know, you'd pay £19.99 for a fat quarter pack, wouldn't you, or a charm pack to make this? And these are all designed exclusively by us. I like that floral print, but they go beautifully with the beige, don't they? That's one. Now, for the first time ever, we are selling the instructions on your own. So if you do have a small scrap bundle, if you do have a few fabrics lying around at home, I'm sure you don't, maybe you've bought some Jubilee bits and bobs. Maybe you bought the Jubilee charm panel. This one here, maybe you bought, which is sold out. Maybe you bought that one. And you want the instructions to make this. You can get these. You can get these. I'll just open them up so you can see. So in here, full instructions. Now, Victoria's instructions are brilliant. Very, very simple and very, very user-friendly. So look, she tells you exactly how to do it, how to make the coasters, how to do the stitching. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? She says just draw, because it's supposed to be yours, isn't it? You just write with an erasable marker, like a friction pen, what you want: tea time, wine time, coffee time, or, you know, you could put happy birthday, or the name of the house, or the name of the family, or the person. You could put Sylvia's tea, Marjorie's wine, Pam's coffee, Charlie's red wine, definitely Rebecca's cake. Definitely. And then how to make the placemat. See, very, very clear instructions, step by step. You can see all the different prints that we've got in the panel are used on here. How to quilt it, and then pictures, close-up pictures of it. And I love the little tray. I think the tray is gorgeous, and you get all the templates as well. So if you want to watch the demonstration back, 15th of May 2021 is when Victoria demonstrated it, and so you can watch to see how to do it. But this is the first time we have sold the instructions on their own. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely love that. Oh, we've had a picture from Jenny in Dorset. Hello, my daughter made the apron for my birthday and added rick-rack across the pocket from Jenny in Dorset. That's gorgeous. Looks lovely. Oh, she's done a wonderful job. I do like the rick-rack. It's always lovely to see your photos. Thanks for sending that and sending that in. It's really nice to see what you've made, but also what you do with what your creative spin on it. Because we all have our own ideas, and it's when you see things like that, you think, oh, yes, I would do that. Now, we've also got the instructions, because I've been whittering on about picnic blankets all morning. I do love a picnic blanket. Now, this is the ultimate picnic blanket. This is the posh picnic blanket. Make this fun picnic blanket to impress your family and friends. And you can choose where you put the picnic. So you've got plates, knives and forks, napkins, bottles of wine. Oh, look, you've got hard-boiled eggs, like to see that. A baguette, some sandwiches, strawberries, pots of... oh, those are cans, aren't they? Yeah, cola and lemonade. And you can put them where you want on the blanket. Isn't that lovely? Now, you could back it, she says you could back it with fleece, so they make it really snuggly. You could back it with ripstop. Do we have ripstop on the website? Water-resistant fabric. Or you can just use wadding and quilt and cotton. Or, like she said, you could make it into a tablecloth and hem around the edges. So you could put all the place settings where everyone sits. It's very, very versatile. What a lovely set of instructions. I think this is gorgeous. So you could put more on it, couldn't you? I'd do more of those plates of cakes, have them all over it. But you can move it around. You can really personalise it. You could applique the people's names on it. It's lovely, isn't it? So that's £9.99 for Victoria Carrington's posh picnic blanket. Right, 19th of April this year. That was when Victoria demonstrated it. So if you want to see the picnic blanket in action, 19th of April this year. Now, so when we sold the kit, we had this panel, especially. But we couldn't do the panel on its own, we did it together. But today we can. So you can buy, if you want just the panel on its own, and you don't want the instructions, because you want to have a go yourself, £12.90. I love this. Look, it's all labelled. Crisp packet, lettuce leaves, Scotch egg meat. Oh, I love a Scotch egg. Small plate for Scotch eggs, small plate for strawberries, small plate for cakes. This should be way more than £12.99. Really £19.99 because it's very big. It's got all the pieces that you need. Look, they're in the napkins, and the napkins have that lovely print like a textured napkin was. But you could just use this. Cola can, cherries and tomatoes, baguette, large plates, lemonade can. But, you know, you've got all of these lovely prints and colours. For £12.99, what a lovely set of prints and colours, egg yolks, that you could just use, you know, just for your own stash. You don't even need to use it for the picnic blanket, but isn't that brilliant? Cutlery, sandwich tray. This is fabulous, isn't it? Sandwich crusts and cake bases. But you could just use it for your stash. We put it on because it is only £12.99. You've got a lot of fabric here, and we know that that's definitely a mistake. So, but you know, I'd say they're still not up. I think they won't be up till 10 o'clock, will they? Or they'll all be on days out or something. We're here, but they won't be. £12.99. Right, so thank you for joining me for this hour. What a lovely Jubilee hour we've had. Congratulations to everyone who checked out and managed to get the items that have sold out. If you've got anything on your basket, please do check out, because it will be going throughout the day, but I will keep you updated. In a couple of minutes' time, we've got the lovely Katharine Wright, who's waiting in the wings, who is going to show us how to make this fantastic Jubilee quilt behind me. So there are 2 colourways available. Catherine's going to show you how to make it. Remember, those panels are exclusive to Sewing Street, and I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7, when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, to our Jubilee special. It's not all Jubilee, but some of it is. I'm still wearing the apron. Have we still got the apron panel, or is it sold out? I love this apron. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I sort of tried a Jubilee dress, but I only had blue and red. So there's 5 of these. So if you want to make one of these aprons, we have 5 panels left of it. It's lovely. It's like the one that Jenny and Dorset had. Very nice, except she had rick-rack. Anyway, this hour is all about this gorgeous Jubilee quilt, which is hanging up behind me. Isn't it lovely? Absolutely beautiful. We haven't seen this pattern in such a long time. It's a pattern that's been designed by Alison Marion, but we have created a panel to go with the pattern, but to be Jubilee, and I'm thinking that is a picnic blanket.
It is, isn't it?
It is. Or it's a hang it in your window.
Yeah.
And the price of the kit, $35.99, because that would look lovely. I think I'd put some waterproof backing on it to put it on my thing, but it would look lovely hanging in your window, especially for Jubilee. Hang it off the front gate or over your porch. Anyway, in the kit you get, obviously very importantly, full instructions for the twisted strips panels. This is designed by Alison Marion in a different colourway. But in fact, there's 2 different ways of doing it. So you can have there's two patterns in here. One is the really simple, quick one that you can make in an hour, and the other one you can make in half a day. So this is the one that we've got hanging up is this one, the very simple one. But the one that Catherine's going to be demonstrating is this one. So you can choose, and you can make either of those from this kit. Not both, but either you can choose. So if you've ever seen Alison's instructions before, you will know they're very clear. She has photo walkthrough, she's got diagrams that explains exactly how to make it. Beautiful quality instructions, nice thick paper as well. Really easy to understand and easy to plan. So all of those instructions are in here, and you've got instructions, so 2 for the price of 1. You can make either of these, and obviously once you've got them, you can then use your own fabric to make another one as well. Right, in the kit as well, you get our exclusive Jubilee and brand new printed panel. So let's have a look at this. I'll open it up and hold it up for you. So basically you have got 2.5, are they? Oh no, they're 2. I was going to say 2.5. Are they 2 inch?
No, I think they're 2.5.
Oh, they are 2.5. 2.5. Yeah, it does actually say there.
Yeah, 2.5.
Yes, you have got 18 2.5 inch strips. They are 55 inches wide. 18 of them on this panel. Do you think we've got 19? Let me have a look.
You might have an extra one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No, there are 18. 18. Look at them. They are all Jubilee themed. So we've got crowns, we've got corgis on a floral background, we've got Union Jacks, we've got the Platinum Jubilee logo, we've got soldiers, Buckingham Palace, more logos, corgis on spots, we've got the orb and the logo on spots, Buckingham Palace, more Union Jacks, loads and loads and loads of different ones. So those are all the things. So that's like you would get in a jelly roll, 2.5 inch strips. And remember, they're 55 inches wide, absolutely gorgeous. And you're also getting a metre of red fabric. This is quilting weight cotton, 44 inch width, a metre. Now this is used for the sashing of the simpler quilt and the squares, and the sashing of the
afternoon quilt.
The half a day quilt.
Yes.
So, but you can't make both quilts from the bundle. From the kit, you can make either quilt, but you'll have instructions for both. So if you then think, oh, I'd like to make another one, you can then. These panels are available on their own as well. So if you think I'd like to make both of them, or I want to make 2, buy the kit, and then you can buy another panel separately if you want to. So $35.99. Please do get these checked out. Very, very popular, not surprised, absolutely lovely, aren't they? Make it as a banner, hang it in your window, hang it over your front bench, use it as a picnic blanket. Gorgeous. So that's the one with the red. Now if you would rather have one with the blue, it's exactly the same. So you get the instructions, you get the panel, which I've just shown you, it's not going to unfold all that, you get the panel. But in this one, you get royal blue fabric, a metre of. And remember, this royal blue is used for the borders of the quicker quilt and the squares and the borders of the quilt that takes a little bit longer. So it depends which one you want to make. So all you have to do is choose between the blue border and the red border. The panel that goes in both of them is exactly the same, but you just need to choose whether you... But we just thought we would offer you both, because some people like blue and some people like red. So entirely up to you. We have also got the instructions on their own, if you want them. Maybe you've got a different panel from us. Maybe you've got a different jelly roll. Maybe you've possibly got a large fabric stash that you want to use up. Can be any size, and also you can then adapt it. Doesn't have to be this size. Once you've got the idea behind the method, you can make it any size you want. You have got 2 quilt instructions in here. 2 completely different quilts you get for the price of one, £9.99, which is amazing value, isn't it? Now, panels. Let's go through panels. So the strips panel that I've just shown you, we have got that one available on its own. I'll show you just once again. So if you just want this one, or... Oh, that's a good idea. Kat said, just open up the one you've already opened. Well, that's a good idea, rather than opening another one. No, I just wanted to open up everything. Yes, let's just open up the one I've already opened. So, if you want just the panel on its own, maybe you want, because it's design roll strips, cut them all into strips, use them together for a quilt, or cut them together, make cushions, make tote bags, make an apron, because you can use them all joined together. I mean, that's really quick, isn't it? So, or buy an extra one of these, and then you can make a bigger picnic blanket using your kit you've got. Make 2 of them. But all of these design roll strips, £19.99. But wait, if you want all of these, I've got a few panels. If you want all of them, we have got a special price. They're all available separately and together. So that's that one. Right, we have got the Jubilee prints as fat quarters. There we go. So, well, actually they're fatter quarters, because instead of being 20 by 22, or not, they're 19.5 by 27, so you're getting an extra 5 inches in here. Oh, Trudy said, are they bright or pastel? No, I think they're bright. Bright. Maybe the TV's washing them out. So this corgi one is a blue spot with the corgis on. Now I would say that's a sky blue. Sky blue? Yeah, this one is a bright red. It's red with white spots, and you've got your imperial purple logos. The third one below that is white with a blue spot. And you have got all of the London icons, well, the Jubilee icons. You've got the corgi, the crown, the orb, Buckingham Palace, soldiers. So you could use these to make your crowns that we're going to be showing you at 11 o'clock with Katharine. And then the final one is this very bright royal blue with crowns and orbs all over it. So you can use these for whatever you like. So they are fatter quarters than normal. Oh, is the fabric in the panel of strips suitable for Jubilee waistcoat from Derek?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, you'll need to line it, clearly.
Yes. That'd be an amazing waistcoat, wouldn't it?
Oh, wow, it'd look fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. You will need to line it and probably put some facings on, but yes, it would look beautiful, amazing. And Maria has asked, should the middle section of the Jubilee quilt be upside down, from Maria?
That is the pattern, yes. You have to not worry about direction.
Okay.
Otherwise, when you cut it up and put it back together, you'd just be putting it back together in the same way.
Yes. Maybe it's because if you're sitting on it as a picnic,
yes,
it will face the right way for whatever side you're sitting on.
Yes.
So if you're sitting on that top end, it will look down.
Yes.
Because when it was originally designed, it was non-directional. So yes, that's the way it's done. It looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it never bothers me about direction, because I always think that quilts are designed to be looked at from all different angles. but
exactly, especially if they're a picnic blanket.
well, absolutely.
Because you don't want it to just be facing one way. And that's the final one. Right, we've also got a panel with hexagons on, obviously using the same prints, these lovely Jubilee prints that you've seen now, but it's all got hexagons on. It has, I'm reading in just a minute, 60 hexagons. So now these are 2-inch hexes, so what that means, they're actually bigger than that, but what that means is that if you wanted to use them for EPP, they would be 2 inches. They've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance on them. The measurement is of a side, not across, and by a side, I mean the measurement is from here to here. It's not that measurement, but obviously it's 2.5 because they've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance added all round. So if you were doing EPP, these would be for 2 inches. I've seen lots of different makes where they've just cut these out like that, and I haven't even cut the hexes out, and used them as a whole piece. Even with this size, you could machine sew them together. So very, very versatile. But I've seen some lovely cushions that have been made where the hexes haven't been cut out, it's just been cut as one panel. Look at the Union Jack hex here, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Really like that one. Okay. There we go. And then the final panel, we saved it to last because it's always the most popular, is the charm square one. So these are all 5-inch squares. This is different to the charm square panel that sold out in the previous hour. So if you missed out but you would really like one, it's same but different. So they're all Jubilee themed, but this would look lovely with the Charming Shadows quilt. Look at the corgis looking at each other, aren't they gorgeous? So we've got corgis, we've got Buckingham Palace, we've got the Union Jacks, we've got orbs and crowns and the Platinum Jubilee logo, we've got soldiers. So loads and loads of different things you can make for this. Your cushions, tote bags, make a whole quilt, put sashing between them all, make your panel go further. $14.99, that's all, $14.99 for this whole panel. Now that's 40 charm squares, which would normally cost $24 to $29.99. Look at the corgi. That's so lovely, isn't it? However, if you love them all and you can't decide and you want all the 4 panels, so you've got the charm squares, you've got the design roll strips, you've got the hexes, and you've got the extra large fat quarters, $54.97 for all 4, you will save $14.99. That's a massive saving. So basically you're saving the charm squares for free, or the hexes are free really. $54.97 for them. All the Jubilee makes, you could make bunting with them, you could make cushions, decorate your whole house, you could make aprons for your guests, you could make little party bags, so many different things. And don't forget, every day in May we're doing a special giveaway. Anyone who shops in May will be automatically entered into the prize draw with a different gift every single day, and they will be announced every Sunday. So make a dress. You can make a dress from that. That's what I want to do from the design roll panel. I'd make a dress. It would look amazing. Can you imagine this in a dress? Oh no, I'm not allowed to open that one. Not allowed to open that one. Wouldn't this one? I want to open all of them. Wouldn't that make a fantastic dress? You could have the bodice going that way, and then you could have the skirt going that way. Might possibly need 2. But because you can buy them as a bundle or individually, then you've got loads and loads of different options. So if you've got any questions about those, if I've really confused you, message us in or call the call centre. There's the number at the bottom of the screen, 0800 4433. They will be able to answer you, or we will be able to help. $35.99 is for the bundle. So Catherine's going to be showing us now how to make the quilt.
Yes.
Morning, Catherine.
Hello,
How are you on this
Rebecca.
lovely bank holiday Monday?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Nice to be here.
Always.
Much better than being at home on a bank holiday.
What, having a lie-in?
Having a lie-in. Oh, they're overrated when you could
They
be
are.
here sewing.
No, it's always fun to come. Always fun
Always
to come.
fun.
Yes.
So you made this one.
So yes, I made this one, and
Was it really quick?
It was really quick. It was really quick. You've got 6 cuts and 6 seams.
Brilliant.
Basically.
Brilliant. Easy peasy.
Absolutely. So the instructions are really, really clear. You literally slice down 3 big panels, and then you cut yourself some 2.5-inch strips that go across the top and the bottom. But you do rotate that middle one so that the pattern varies. Otherwise, you'd just be stitching your panel back together again, which wouldn't really work. You might as well just quilt it as it is if you
Which you could.
Absolutely. So the afternoon one, there is a little bit more preparation and cutting, but still not a huge amount.
Okay, so this is a nice quick make then, which is great.
Definitely. So we're going to make 30 blocks like this. So again, you've got to not worry about which way your stripes are going. And I would say if you're someone who gets worried about the way your stripes are going, you could use for your 5-inch blocks, you could use your charm squares, and then you could make them all go in the same direction.
Okay.
Because I know some people get quite stressed if things start going in the wrong direction.
Right, so you can choose,
you can do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
So we've got a nice pile of squares from the panel and squares of the solid, and then we've got some larger rectangles, again just cut across the strips, so they're all going to get mixed up. But I think it's going to look really nice, actually.
It is lovely, isn't it? I'm looking forward to seeing, because I've seen it on the instructions in these colours, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how it works in the Jubilee colours.
Yes, I think, because Alison reckons it takes an afternoon. I'm quite intrigued to see how many of these I can put together.
Okay. So you do all your cutting first.
So I have done all my cutting. It's 35-inch squares here and 35-inch there, and these are 5 by 9.5. So it's nice, easy cutting. Absolutely. The panel's quite big. You need to just trim it all down first, and I found to fold it to get your strips.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, you know when you're trying to rotary cut big pieces of fabric.
Yeah, and it's too much, isn't it?
It can all feel a bit overwhelming.
Or I moved to a different table. You need a table where you can really drape off the end of it, doesn't it?
You do. Kitchen Island is a good one if you haven't got a good cooking out. Kitchen Island. You don't need to cook, but you do need to cut it out. That's. I did have.
So all the cutting instructions
they are all in there, and it shows you which way round to put your panel, so that you get the maximum out of it. It's very clear. So we're going with a 1/4-inch seam. If you've never made a quilt before, this would probably be the most brilliant first quilt to make, because it is so lovely and straightforward.
So if you've used a sewing machine, you've done a bit of sewing, you think I'd like to have a go at making a quilt.
Absolutely.
Get this kit.
Absolutely.
And give this one a go, because it looks quite impressive, doesn't
because
it?
It is. It's lovely and easy. And I love quilts that look more complicated than
definitely.
they really are.
That make you look really clever.
And that you haven't spent, 10 hours getting cross because your seams aren't matching quite right. So we're going to we're making all the blocks in the same direction. Although they get rotated in the final thing, you make them all in the same direction. So this means you can chain piece them to be even speedier if you want to. And chain piecing's when we keep running it through the machine and don't cut off after each bit of sewing. So I'm going to take 2 of the squares, a stripy one and a solid one, and you want your stripes to all be going horizontally as you put them together here, although to be fair, at the end of the day, if you got one the wrong way round, it really wouldn't matter, would it, because the stripes going everywhere. Oh, my pedal's gone walkabout.
Off your special mat.
Off my special mat, yes.
Yeah, we've got special cushion mats. Somebody said that your feet ache if you stand up.
Grow a bit.
But actually, it just gives you an extra inch in height, doesn't it?
It's much more comfortable.
It is.
But it's actually, they're really nice to stand on, and we're a little bit bouncy.
I feel like they're kind of exercise mats or something, but they're like really spongy.
Yeah.
I might get one for my kitchen, because that makes quite a difference, that extra inch, doesn't it?
Well, yes, it does. And I think when you're standing as well, it's kind of nice on your feet, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I need my pins.
Do not leave the mat.
Hopefully I won't need the unpicker. Now, they are very easy to run through. You don't necessarily have to pin them, but if you're going to be super accurate, you should really. If I was doing this and being super speedy, I wouldn't, would you?
Well, no, I would
good
pin.
practice
I
is
would
to
pin. I'm a bit of an over pinner.
Are you?
Actually. Yeah, probably too much of a pinner.
Okay.
Don't know why.
So
Good morning, ladies. I agree, this is a brilliant and quick quilt to make. I did it for my sister for Christmas with a different panel from Sewing Street from Neve in County Clare. Thank you for your message, Neve. And it's lovely to hear your feedback. So you know that we're not just making it up.
Well, no, it's good. It's good to know when things have worked, isn't it? And I mean, there have been so many lovely panels that I think if you've got some in your stash,
Yes.
you could whiz out all your Christmas presents, actually, couldn't you?
Well, also, once you've got the kit and you've got the instructions, you can then, you've learned how to do it from here, you can just make more of them.
Absolutely.
Morning, I'm just thinking the Easy Quilt would be brilliant for a reversible quilt backing. Yeah?
It would.
It would.
It would, actually. That's a really good idea.
Lots of ideas. Thank you for your ideas this morning.
So I've sewn a 1/4 inch seam. My stitch, I put a little bit smaller, 1.8, so it's nice and tight.
Okay.
I'm going to show you how to do one block,
Why is
and then
that
I'm going to change. Well, just because, I don't know, you just do, don't you, when you quilt? It's just to stop it coming apart.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just
Well,
wondered
you don't
whether it was
tend to
something-
reverse as well when you do patchwork,
No,
do you?
no, so it stops.
And it just means it's nice and tight. You know how sometimes if you stitch on a bigger stitch, you might get a little bit of a gap
Yes,
between in your seam. You're not going to get that with a smaller stitch.
What thread would you use for this?
I would just
What's your
use
favourite?
a normal.
Just a Gutermann
Well, I have
thread?
to say, at the craft centre, we use the recycled one, the
do
recycled
you?
polyester all the
Oh.
time. Yeah.
Very sustainable, that's very
I
good.
try to be a bit sustainable
Yeah, that's
if
good.
I
It's nice
can.
thread though, isn't
And
it?
it's nice thread and it sews really well, so we use that a lot. Right, so
You
that's...
see, I never use somebody else said the other day about using a shorter stich length for your quilting, and I'd
Yes.
never thought about that. I'm going to do that now.
So after
Never-
everything I've said, I've put this one on the wrong way round. We'll see.
Never mind.
Okay, and then we're going to put our longer rectangle.
That's because I was talking to
I know,
you.
I'm not going to unpick it though. Right, we'll just snip off the edges. I've just pinned the wrong edge.
But I'd never thought about using a smaller stitch length. Oh, I know. I was on with Amanda Little on Saturday and she said the same thing. And I'd never even thought about that.
Do you know what? We'll get it off each other because I think I heard Stuart talking about it.
Oh, no, she's been doing this for ages.
Yes.
So, and
I've read this as well.
Well, no, I never knew that. I just go 2.5, but no more.
And sometimes, so when you're doing some quilting, you know, things like Bargello where you stitch it and then you're unpicking bits.
Yeah.
Because you're cutting through those seams. It just keeps it all a bit tighter and stops it coming apart, I think, is the way.
I did confuse her though, because in the hour between I was doing a little FPP demo and I left the machine on 1.5. She was sewing thinking, this is very small.
Yes, you've got to remember to put it back when you go back to your dressmaking.
Yes, I forget. You know when you do a gathering and you've got it on 5 and then you forget.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what? When I do a sleeve and you've done your easing on a 5, and then I always end up sewing my sleeve in on a 5, and then I'm like, oh,
and then I have to go all the way around again. All the time.
But it kind of works like tacking it in, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
So sometimes this happens when you get on your machine and you start and you're like, oh, it's not moving and it's just caught that edge. It's really annoying, isn't it?
It is very annoying.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of a blob on the back. So the thing to do is either start a little bit further forward or flip it over and start the other end. And then you'll get that out the way. We'll start slightly further forward. They just sometimes catch, don't they?
Yeah, it's quite annoying as well. But that's a good tip to start the other end. Because then you sort of flatten out that end.
Well, if you keep trying, sometimes it just keeps chewing it up and you get really cross and it's all starting to
just
fray.
Start the other end. So the kit is on screen, either the red one or the blue one. So the main graphic that's on your left-hand side is the red one, and the little one that's on the right-hand side is the marine blue one.
Okay.
What's the most popular, Kat? The red? The red is in the lead.
Oh, okay.
But it's a very royal blue, though.
It's quite hard. I think it'd be quite hard to choose. I like both.
Well, they're the right red and blue, aren't they?
They are. They're perfect. Okay, so there's our second block. We're going to make some more and then we'll put the rows
together.
together.
So are the blocks identical?
So you make all the blocks in exactly the same way.
Right.
But then there is a diagram here that shows you how to position them because they do rotate round. So we should
So if you want them all to face the same way, you need to think about that in advance. The prints, I mean.
Yes, yes. But because you've got your little diagram here,
You could work
you
that
could
out.
work it out.
Yeah, so
You
from
could,
that...
you could photocopy that and write on what you're doing.
And you could, so if you wanted them to... I mean, I agree with you. I think it's nice when the prints change direction. It gives it that homemade look, doesn't it? But if you want them all to face the right direction, you could pre-plan it.
Yeah. I think it, yes,
But I
definitely.
quite
You
like
could
them.
definitely pre-plan it
But
if
I
you
like
want to,
them
but I
facing
like the
them, and then it doesn't
randomness
have a
of
right way
patchwork.
up, does it?
No.
And that is what happens with patchwork, is everything rotates round. It's quite nice, isn't it?
But I have teaching lots of different ladies patchwork. There's always someone who really can't cope if it's
Oh, really?
if it's not symmetrical
Cool.
and it's not some people just need it,
It
to be
needs
ordered.
to be like that. Okay,
Yeah.
so you could do that, but I'm with you. I quite like the fact when you see them all different directions.
Right, so I'm going to pin a few. So we're working in rows of 5. So we'll make some more and then I'll show you how to put the rows together.
Nice.
So you can get them all prepped like this. You could get them all pinned ready. So this is why it becomes a lovely quick project, because you're doing it a little bit of a production line.
Are you a make one block first and then...
I always think it is a good idea to make a block so that you know what you're doing.
a sort of a copy block.
Well, just to check you've not read it wrong or you've not cut something wrongly, you know,
Yes.
because if you've gone and got them all ready and then you make the first one and you go, oh, bother. Oh,
Yeah.
or worse than bother. Yeah. So I always think it's a really good idea just to make the first one to see what it's like.
Yeah.
And you know where the tricky bits are and the pitfalls. If
And
it's
get
a
it
tricky
wrong.
block, get it wrong, realise you've rotated it wrongly.
I'm a bit like that, and then I think, oh, shall I cut it all out? What if I cut one wrong?
I usually do all my cutting at the start.
And just pray.
And pray.
Okay.
Read it very, very carefully when you're cutting it out.
Yes.
Yes. And I usually get it all cut out, and then if it is complicated, I will stack it up and label it and everything like that. But then if it's a quilt with, you know, different blocks, I'll make the block to see what it's like, and then once I do that, then I'll get faster because I'll make lots at once. Because once you've learnt the construction, you can learn which bits you can do quickly.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
I always sort of count on so I put my ruler on like 3.5 inches, and then I count 1, 2, 3.
Oh yes, I do that as well.
But I do that twice.
Yeah, you got to count.
Look at it and then count it, but like physically count it. 1, 2, 3. And then go,
Measure
okay.
twice, cut once.
Yeah, or more.
So when you've got a few prepped like this, you can chain piece them. So you go through and don't cut your threads off. You can see the end of my block out there. It doesn't hurt your sewing machine to sew nothing.
Unlike your microwave.
And then you can just put the next one in. And go along like that.
It's lovely when you discover chain piecing.
Well, you know, using it on this one, you really will do this in an afternoon. So you can see I've got a little pile coming out the end. And I mean, you could do all 30 like this if you wanted to, but so you can see they're in a little chain like that, and then you can snip through. It's also a really good way of reducing how much thread you're using.
Absolutely. Anne, who sent in an email with a picture, could you attach your attachment, because it hasn't got an attachment. So we've got your email, but we haven't got your picture, which we would love to have. Thank you, and then we'll show it. Thanks very much. Yeah, that's very economical thread thing, isn't it?
It is. And I mean, quilting and patchwork is really thread hungry.
It is a bit, isn't it?
You do get through it.
I've resorted to buying boxes of thread, boxes of 10 reels now.
You need the big chunky ones.
I've got
as
navy,
well.
white and pale mauve, which
Okay.
covers everything. I've decided. Because navy will do black.
Yes.
White will do anything light, and pale mauve does any colour in the whole world.
Oh, does it?
Well, it's like...
See, grey does as well, a pale grey.
Well, it's a mauvey grey.
Yeah.
I discovered it once when I just must have had it for something else, but it is a mauve and it's a grey together, but it seems you can even use it on white.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
So I have a box of 10 of those.
In the craft centre, I've got more than one overlocker, but they're all threaded up. So if you come to sew, you can have black, navy, grey or white. That's it. Can't have any other colours.
No, but it covers everything.
But it works with everything. It's fine.
Yes, no, I've gone with navy, works with black, so that's it. I've got another colour out. I mean, if I'm doing something specific, I'll use the right colour thread. But other than that, I think they go with everything.
It also means I don't have to keep threading up the overlockers. So. Well, in fact, I will admit that I don't. I always delegate threading up the overlocker.
So I'm just busy a minute. Could you just thread up the overlocker? Ooh, which one is that? No. I unfolded all my panels.
So just pinning these larger rectangles on, and we can chain piece these ones on as well. I quite like that every little block's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be interesting to look at.
Well, yeah, I guess because you've just cut it, so you just don't know what you're going to get.
Nope.
But don't forget, if you want all the panels in one bundle, £54.97, that's all of them. So that's the fatter quarter panel. You get 4 of them. It's the hexes, 60 of them. The charm squares, 40 of them, and the strips, 18 2.5 inch by 55 inch strips. £54.97. You're saving £14.99, so you're getting a whole panel for free. So if you want to do loads of Jubilee makes, £54.97. And really, you've got a month and a day until the Jubilee. So if you do it now, that's why we're really pushing it today. You've still got enough time. So we don't want you having to do it last minute, as well as making all the Victoria sandwiches and.
You've definitely got time.
You have got time.
Do these.
Well, especially to make this quilt, because it's a nice quick one, isn't it? And it's a memento, isn't it? So if you make something from one of these, particularly if you made a quilt or something, then it's to remember it, isn't it? Forever. They had a special programme on the telly the other day about the reunion of people from the 25th.
From the Silver Jubilee.
From the Silver Jubilee.
I heard about it on the radio.
Oh, I know. I thought that's lovely, isn't it? I remember when it was the Silver Jubilee and the road cul-de-sac around the corner from our house had a street party, but none of our road was invited, and I still feel bitter about it today.
Oh no, that's really sad.
And as kids, we all stood at the end of the road on our bikes watching.
Oh, that's really sad.
I know. I might go back there.
What, with like a protest banner?
Yeah, you having that Jubilee picnic again? I guess it was a small cul-de-sac, but they did it properly. They had trestle tables down the middle of the road, and we lived on a much longer road, so nobody did that, and we weren't invited, and I remember just standing there.
What year was the Silver Jubilee?
1977.
Okay, so I was quite little. I very vaguely remember going to a street party. I think it was on my nana's street, so I didn't really know. I didn't
you were
know
one
anybody.
of those. Well, the kids with bikes on the end of the road. That was me.
But I think probably where I lived, there wouldn't have been a street party because it was like big main road.
Well, it was. So I lived in Corby, in the Danesborough estate, Danesholme estate. Anyone who lives in the Danesholme estate in Corby in the 1977, were you that one?
Oh, Corby's near me.
Well, when I very recently was up that way, and I went back, and we moved from there when I was 9, and I haven't been back since. And the house had shrunk. It was
well, yes.
When I was 9, when we left, it looked massive, and I went back last year, and I hadn't been back in all that time. It was amazing to see it, but it looked so small compared to what it used to look like. It's weird.
I think that would be the same, wouldn't it, for any child?
Yes, but that's where I grew up.
Oh.
Before we
Are
moved
you going to have a
Somerset.
street party though?
I don't know actually. No, and I do live in a cul-de-sac now, so we should be having one.
Well, I live in a cul-de-sac, but I suspect no one wants to organise it.
That's a good question. We do have a residents' association, so I might have a word.
In the cul-de-sac, or just generally?
Yeah, no, just in our cul-de-sac.
Oh, right, that sounds very official.
I know most people in our cul-de-sac are retired as well, so they've got plenty of time on their hands, so I bet they've organised one.
Do you think you've not been invited?
Maybe I haven't been invited. I'm going to get on my bike and I'm going to stand at the end of the road. Yeah, maybe it's going to be like deja vu from 1977. I must find out actually, because I really want to go to a street party. It's the only way I think I'm ever going to stop being bitter and twisted. Maybe I'll just organise it.
Do you know what? Even if there isn't one, just take your little table outside yourself. With your picnic blanket.
Yeah,
Have you got
picnic
front lawn?
Yes.
Well, there you go. You can take your picnic blanket. You'll be all right.
And I did make bunting for the royal wedding, so I have 30 metres of Union Jack bunting.
Oh, you sorted then.
So I can hang that out.
You ready?
It might make me get over the not being invited to the 1977 one.
Okay, let's have a look then. So when we've got our things together, so what I would do actually if I was making this at home is I would make all my blocks and then I would lay it out.
So how many blocks are there in total?
There are 30 altogether. You make 30 of these.
Okay.
And I would lay them all out because I would be trying very hard not to put the same bits next to each other.
Yes, no, I would as well.
Yeah.
Lay them on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a photograph of them on your phone when you've got them all laid out. Take a photo because if something isn't quite right, it stands out on your phone.
It does. It's strange, isn't it? I will stand on a chair and you don't see it for some reason, do you?
No. But the only trick
also helps when you're sewing it together.
It does as well because then you're not going to rotate it. You see, I keep getting 2 corgis. I've made too many the same, haven't I? We'll have to put...
Yeah, the Queen's got loads of them. I watched the film
I'm rather
The Queen.
into corgis.
Have you seen the film The Queen? I watched it the weekend with Helen Mirren.
No. Is it good?
It's very good. There's loads of corgis in that.
We've been making...
It's set in 1997.
Okay.
When Diana died. That's when it's set. It's very good. Loads of corgis. Very well behaved as well. Quite impressed.
We've been making corgis in my sewing club.
Have you?
Like little toy ones. They're so cute, yeah. And all the children have loved it. They're like, oh.
I love a corgi.
Yeah, they're nice. Right, so you've got it. Imagine we've got the whole thing laid out. I'm just going to do one row so you can see how to do the piecing. And then you're going to literally take each one, each pair, and pop them together. We've got a little bit of matching, but not too much, which is always nice.
Okay.
Again, it's what why it's nice if you're a beginner.
But they're not all having to match, are they?
But they're not. So this one doesn't have to match because we've got a big edge with the small one. Now. And then when we put the next one on, we'll have a little bit of matching to do.
It is a lovely quilt because you've got all these strips and squares and they're all rotated. It does make it look quite complex.
Yes.
But it isn't it? But it's nice though. I guess it'd be quite easy as well to make this bigger.
It would, because it is literally just in rows.
Right.
Because all your blocks are the same, you can just make more of those blocks and then you can either add more rows or you can add more on the ends. Be very easy to make it larger. This size is quite a nice manageable size though.
Well, yeah, particularly if you've not quilted before. And I like the way she says, finish it with simple stitch and ditch quilting. No one will ever know this has not been individually pieced. Yes,
absolutely.
But it is manageable. So if you haven't done machine quilting before and you think, oh, I can't, I've only got a normal sewing machine. This is a manageable to get into the machine.
It is, absolutely. So this one, we've got a seam to match. So when I'm matching up a seam, again, right sides together, what I usually do is just sort of roll it back and then you can see where the two, if you just try and match from the bits on the back, you quite often miss. Whereas if you actually look at the front, you can get those seams absolutely lining up and then you can just roll it back down and pop a pin.
A message from Lynn. I was born in 1948 and I can remember the coronation and we were given a cup at school for the coronation. We had a coronation party. Happy days from Lynn in Lancashire. Well, that's very impressive, isn't it? And you got given a cup at school. We didn't get anything. Hi all, this is the top I'm making. Not quite finished to wear over the Jubilee celebration. Is that from
that's amazing.
That's the Lewis and Irene. We had the charcoal one on Saturday. Look, fab. That is brilliant,
That's
Anne.
great.
I was thinking bottom of a dress. I never thought about a top. Oh, yeah, I think you can wear that every day. It doesn't matter just about the Jubilee celebration.
Yeah, definitely.
Beautiful pattern matching there. Hi, Rebecca. This is a picture of my son's taken 45 years ago, dressed up for the Silver Jubilee. Not brilliant quality, no digital cameras. As the oldest is 50 this year, I expect the celebrations will be different. Love watching you both, Chris. I love that picture. I bet you had a street party. Oh gosh, is it 45 years ago? Oh my God, I feel old now. Oh dear. I was thinking it was
No, it was 45 years ago.
Oh dear, that's brilliant. I love that picture, Chris. If there was a picture of me on that Jubilee, I'd be standing there with a miserable, bitter and twisted face. That's a great picture. Love that. Morning, ladies. This quilt was exhibited and auctioned for Project Liners. Simple but effective. Rain from Bath. Oh,
That's very nice.
very nice. Nice place to live, hey? All the best people live in Bath.
Is that where you?
Yeah, that's where I live. That's beautiful. I love that. Here is a quilt I made using this method. Really quick to make, plush, a cushion to match. I love Catherine's demos from Mo.
Thank you, May.
That is lovely.
It was really
You
nice.
see, yeah, it looks really
Fantastic
nice.
colours.
I like the cushion as well. That's
Yeah.
quite good, isn't it? I like this sort of the way it all goes out in different strips.
It's so nice to see what everyone
Thanks
makes.
for sending
isn't
your
it?
photos in. Love your photos. Please do send them in. I love them, particularly Jubilee ones. They're great. If you've got any pictures of the Silver Jubilee party, particularly if you had a street party, I'd love to see them.
Right, let's get this one up. See, we've nearly done one row already.
Morning, girls. Will there be any more bunting panels available? As I've missed the purple ones. Well, we couldn't get any of the red, white and blue, though we tried. We will try and get some more, and we will let you know. We'll keep you updated. We'll make sure if we get any more, it goes onto the Sewing Street fans page to let you know that they're on the website. So we will try.
You could have, of course, used these lovely ones to make bunting.
You could. All you need is a triangle shape, which you can
Yes.
cut out yourself
Yes.
or print off the internet.
You can even do square ones out the
Well, I like
things.
square bunting.
Yeah.
It's quite nice. I've got heart-shaped bunting in my kitchen.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice, and you can do star-shaped bunting. But from this, if you bought the whole 54.97 bundle, all of this you could use to make bunting with. You could even have hexie bunting. Hexie bunting is lovely. You could have that hung all around your kitchen. Put these. If you sew this right sides together with some plain fabric, just a white maybe, or a blue or red, turn them inside out, you've then got hexie bunting. How nice would that be? So all you need is a triangle shape and just cut round it or draw around it and then sew along the line. So 54.97, you can make a lot of bunting. You think you could make 4 metres from our panel? There's metres of fabric here. Morning, Rebecca and the team.
Oh.
Here's the bunting I made for my 90-year-old mum in readiness for the Jubilee. It's made from red, white and blue fabric bundle from a while ago, and I made 36 double-sided, yeah, it disappears off that screen, flags and tape on the top. She loves it and will be hanging it in her lounge during the Jubilee celebrations. Mum's a huge fan of the royal family, and I'm proud to say that my dad was one of the pilots that flew past at the coronation back in 1953. Wow. Oh, wow, that is amazing. Who's the message? I've lost the name of it. From Steph. Thank you for that. That is such a lovely thing to do, to have made that all. She needs to have that. In fact, I think she needs to have it in the house a month beforehand, have it all hanging up. What a lovely thing to do.
Yeah, we should put it all out now, shouldn't we?
We
And
should.
just get ready.
I should do that. I might get my Union Jack bunting out of the loft.
So there's our first
Oh,
row.
that's lovely.
Looks good, doesn't
Oh, I
it?
really like that. And that's very quick.
Very quick.
I really like that.
Works fab. Works really well.
My school gave each child an engraved glass. I saw the Queen and Prince Philip on the tour of UK, saw the lighting of the beacons in Kirby Lonsdale from Susan.
Wow.
Did they? An engraved glass.
And you've got nothing.
Nothing.
Not even a street party.
Nothing.
I want to
Nothing.
just show you. When you come to the border, I just want to show you, because it says in the instructions, join on a diagonal, and I just wanted to show you how to do that, because if you haven't done it before,
like you have, like
yes,
here.
to make your strips long enough. If you've not done it before, you mightn't get it right.
Right.
So I thought it'd be useful
Yeah,
to
but I
show.
think that word. So when it says join,
Because it just-
so what
yes.
does that mean?
So what it means, so what we're doing is joining our border strips so that we've got a nice long length, and doing it on a diagonal, it just makes it sort of disappears a little bit more.
Well, particularly when you quilt it as well,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Yes, it's just a sort of a neater way
Yeah.
to do it. You always do it on the diagonal in quilting, don't you? What you do is you're actually going to put your fabrics together like that in a backward L shape, and you want them to overlap by 1/4 of an inch. If you don't, if you do it like this, when you sew it and you open it out, it won't match. But if you offset it slightly, then it works.
Okay.
That's the bit people don't always realise.
Right, so offset it up and down. Do you measure that, or do you just...
Well, I'm doing it by eye, but if you don't do it very often, then yes,
Okay.
measure it. I'm a devil for doing
Message
things
from
by
Heather.
eye.
Hi, ladies. I was born on Coronation Day, and my parents were given a bath and stand and a silk dress with red, white and blue ribbons and ER on it.
Wow.
Wow. And they called you Heather. They should have called you Elizabeth. That'd be sad. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Oh, what?
Isn't it?
Isn't that nice to have a special birthday like that? Oh, lovely.
Right.
From Teresa, this is a quilt I made using 10-inch squares for my parents' diamond wedding anniversary, but very appropriate for this year. Of course, that's
nice.
Lovely. Love the show today, ladies. Thank you, Teresa, and that's a lovely picture. You are
Right,
talented
so
lot.
then when you pin it like this, and then you're going to stitch a diagonal down this centre here. I'm just roughly drawing it on to show you where you're going to stitch. So if you're not sure you can do it by eye, get your ruler and draw it on for yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
So don't forget to offset.
It's
That's a
the
good
offsetting bit that's the bit to remember. Just very quickly change that foot over because it won't go under otherwise.
Oh, you had a 1/4 inch foot on.
I had a 1/4 inch
okay.
foot on. Okay. So
Heather
we are
Mercer's
going
got
to
loads of
trim this
messages.
off.
Hi Rebecca, lovely to hear you reminiscing about the Danesholme estate. I lived on the Beanfield estate and remember the Danesholme being built.
Wow.
Well, I know where that was. And well, when we moved there, it had just been built. We went to Danesholme School and it was brand new. We were like the first kids to go in it.
Cool.
How nice is that? Well, it's not brand new anymore, but it used to be. It's lovely.
So when you've sewn it, this will get trimmed off, but it's always sensible just to check before you cut it off. Just open it out and check that it
And
is
look how
nice
straight
and
that is.
straight. And then you can...
I don't do that, and I don't offset, and mine is always nearly straight, but not quite. That's two things I've learned
That
today.
is the difference,
That's
isn't
two.
it?
Reduce my stitch length for quilts. I know it's almost okay, and it's fine for binding because you lose it.
Yeah.
But for borders,
And then you can just
good top
press
tip.
it. Do you know what? We learn stuff all the
I know,
time.
I know, it's-
I learn stuff. Someone was doing something the other day and I went, oh, that's a good way.
That's a good
and
way.
It's just
Yeah.
great because there's so many different ways
Well,
and we
it
all
is,
have our own
isn't it?
little things, don't
but
we?
it's just but it is those little things that make a difference because I normally use it for binding and you don't notice it when it's slightly off, which mine is. But
Yes.
that's brilliant.
Yes. So that's how you do your diagonal and then they just go on the side and go round. And you can, when you're joining a lot for binding, what you've got to be careful of is keeping it all the same
Yeah.
way because you're working with
Have you
long
done
strips.
that before then enough?
Oh my God. And you do it and you do the next one and then you come to put it round and you realise you've got one seam on one side and one
Yeah.
on the other and then you're unpicking it and trying to work it out. So it's always, you've just got to always remember, keep your right side up and your next one is right sides together.
Particularly when using plain fabric. But you
Yes.
could- But that's
Yes.
fab. That is really lovely. And then I presume both of them, are they the same size? So they're both bound in the same way or similar?
I believe so, yes.
Similar. That looks lovely,
Let's
doesn't
just
it?
see
Which
how-
colourway is in the lead?
See, I think I like the blue.
Let me hold that one
Let's
up.
see, is it the same?
Look.
It's actually slightly
Oh,
bigger.
slightly bigger.
Slightly bigger. I
So
suppose
this
because
is
we're
what it
putting
looks
this
like
in,
with the
isn't it?
blue, and that's what it would be like with the red. I love that.
Hard to choose. If I'd
it
got a
is.
bit of red and a bit of blue, I might use both.
Well, yeah. So if you had some red,
If
now
you've
we
got
have
some
got the
left
fabric.
over as well, and you could put the odd one.
Yeah,
you
you
could do a
could.
mixture, couldn't you?
You could actually.
Red, white, and blue. That'd be cool.
Yeah, if you got our second early bird today, this morning you got the red and the blue, so you could make an even bigger one. Thank you, Katharine. That was fab.
That's all right. Pleasure.
We will see you back in an hour. Crowns and embroidery and crowns.
Sure. Yes. No, I don't think I'm embroidering
In
the crowns.
I would like one of those crowns for my street party, which I'm now going to go home and plan.
Can we sat on that front lawn all by myself?
All
in a
by
little
myself with
crown
my
on a
Victoria
picnic
sandwich
blanket.
cake. Might go back to the Danesholme estate. Anyone want to join me? End of the road. The instructions on their own, twisted strips panels, $9.99 for the instructions on their own. Remember, you get 2 quilts in here. You get the one that's hanging up behind me and the one that Catherine's just made. You can choose. It depends how much time you've got, really, whether you want a very simple one or a not quite so simple, but still very easy, very quick. All made in a day. When in fact, this one takes an hour and this one takes an afternoon. So that's a day, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you just keep going,
Yes.
and going and going.
But who doesn't love a day of sewing?
Well, exactly. Joy and pleasure. Now, kits. If you want to do the blue one, which Katharine was demonstrating, obviously full instructions. You get the panel. I'm allowed to open this one now because I folded it back up. You get the panel, which has got 18 2.5 by 55 inch strips, which is, I was going to say it's upside down, but it's not. There we go. All of those strips. There are corgis and soldiers and palaces and orbs and crowns and Union Jacks and logos. So this is your memorial, because you remember this forever, and one day you can say, my grandmother made me.
Yeah.
Make it as a little memento for the day, for the celebration. I bet we'll never get another Platinum Jubilee. It's quite unusual.
Not in our lifetimes.
No, certainly not in our lifetime, but I doubt we'll have another one. Now, and you also get a metre of the blue fabric. There is a small saving as well if you buy all of these together. About £1.50. It's much cheaper to buy these all together. There are only 10 of the blue ones left. We do have the red. Is the red in the lead still? We had slightly more of the red. So we've got 19 of the red left. Again, you get the full instructions. You get the panel with all the strips, which I won't open out because I've just done it. And you get a metre of the London Bus red fabric. There's enough fabric in here to make either quilt, not both, but either. There is more than enough to make either. Just the front, you will need extra fabric for the wadding and for the backing. Remember, if you're doing something like a picnic quilt, choose a ripstop lining or waterproof backing. That's probably best. If you want it to be a nice squishy quilt, use a nice thick wadding. Actually, this polyester wadding, would be really good because this is really squishy. So if you were making a picnic quilt and you want to be chucking it in the machine a lot, this has got quite a high loft on it, so it's nice and squishy, and then you can use like a waterproof backing with it, so that's quite useful. If you're doing it because it's going to be a wall hanging or you want to hang out of the window, use a slightly thinner wadding like the 80/20 cotton wadding that we have, which I have here. I would say, you can still use that for a picnic quilt, obviously, but I think because they're having more, you can wash the 80/20, but this is quite squishy, so it might be a bit more comfortable. Panels on their own. So we have the strips. I'm going to open the one that I just opened. So panels on their own. If you just want to have the strips, remember there's 18 of them, 2.5 inch by 55 inches. If you just want the strips, I'll hold it as high as I can. There we go. Slight rotate. 18 2.5 inch strips. That is £19.99. Remember, this is exclusive for Sewing Street. You cannot get this anywhere else. It even says Sewing Street on it. It's specifically by us, for us, so you can't get that anywhere else. If you're thinking about making a Jubilee blouse, dress, skirt, would that not be ideal? I think it would. Nice little shift dress in that. Then we have the fat quarters. These are not just fat quarters. Oh no, these are extra wide fat quarters. So these are 19.5 by 27.5 inches. So you're getting that extra width because the fabric is wider than your normal quilting weight fabric. That's why you get the extra width. So you get 4 of these. One of them has red spots with the logo on it. The other one is blue and white spots with the corgis on. That one's Charlie's favourite. He loves a corgi. And then the other 2, you've got a royal blue one that's got the crowns and the orbs on. And then this one has just got all the little logos. So this one, it would be really good if you were doing fussy cutting. There we go. Maybe you're doing like FPP or EPP. Wouldn't it look lovely to use some of these logos? Cut your hexes out with these in the centre. You could make some, even if it was just something as small as a little zip purse. with in EPP with one of these in the centre of each. It would be so pretty, wouldn't it? Because they're really little logos. So that's the fatter quarter panel. Then we have the hexes. Now these hexes can be cut out individually to use for EPP. If you're using them for EPP, they're 2-inch hexes with the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance already printed around the edge. So each side is actually 2.5 inches long, but you could use them for 2.5 inch. So if you wanted to, again, you fancy doing some Jubilee EPP, this panel is absolutely ideal. Or you can use it and cut it out as is. Don't cut out the individual hexagons, keep the white spaces between them. You can make a cushion with them. Look really nice then quilting, because you can just machine quilt it around the hexes. And then finally the charm squares. There are 40 5-inch squares, so if the ones that we sold earlier at 8 o'clock sold out, these are the same size. You've got 40, they're Jubilee themed. It's different to the one that we had earlier, but it's the same theme. So if you missed out and you want to get this is perfect for bunting if you want square bunting. It's perfect for coasters for your street party because you've got 40 of them. You can cut them out together, make yourself some Jubilee tote bags or cushions. There we go, 40 of them in total. That's $14.99. However, if you love them all and you can't decide, or if you want to make a saving, we can do all 4 panels together. You've got the charm squares, you've got the design strips, you've got the hexes, you've got the extra large fat quarters. £54.97, that's a $14.99 saving, which is the price of the charm squares or the hexes. So one of those is free. So that's all your Jubilee makes sorted. You can decorate your whole house and the garden. So those are all of the options for this hour. Make sure you do grab what you can now for the Jubilee, because you've got a month and a day. So by the time today's over, you've got a month to make all your Jubilee makes. If you've got them in your basket, the stock is now very limited. You need to get checked out. If you've got any questions about it, you can either phone the call centre or you can phone us. Entirely up to you. Message us. Don't phone us, we haven't got a number. Message us. I'll give you Kat's mobile, you can give her a ring. She's laughing nervously now. I'll read it out later. Just message us in if you've got any questions, and please do keep sending your photos in. I love seeing them. We'll see Katharine back here in an hour's time. I will see you back in a couple of minutes' time for an Amber Makes Hour, where I'm going to be showing you some of my favourite kits and demonstrating my all-time favourite kit, which is the sewing kit. Quite Jubilee actually, because one of them is red and white. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi and welcome back to Sewing Street. Hope you're enjoying the Jubilee Day. I'm still wearing my apron, but I really quite like it. It's lovely, isn't it? It makes me feel very, very, I was going to say festive, but that's Christmas, isn't it? Celebratory. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed today so far. If you've only just joined us, we've been having loads of Jubilee makes. But this hour, they've asked me, we've had a few Amber Makes kits that have sold out, and I've been asking for a while because I keep getting messages, can we bring them back? So we brought back the ones that have sold out in the past, and also my favourite one. Now I designed this one because I wanted it, and also I knew that Amy would do an amazing job of the prints. So what I always wanted was I wanted a little sewing case that I could use to put my sewing kit to take on holiday with me, because you always have to have a holiday sewing project, but that I could also keep in my sewing box, because obviously, you know, we've all got lots and lots of sewing equipment, but I wanted a little bits of everything in here so that I could use it with products. And I just normally keep it in the lounge if I'm doing a bit of sewing in the evening, but I know everything I need is in here. So I designed it specifically for that, and then it's been so popular, but it was over a year ago that we last showed it, so we brought it back today. So on the front, you've got sewing case, you've got all of the sewing notions, then you've got a gusset around the edge. It's got this lovely red and green floral print. There's a handle with a tape measure on it, obviously. Love that. And then it has a zip all the way around. Got to make sure I've got this the right way up. And then inside, this is the bit that I love the most. I thought I had it the wrong way around. You need to have the top the right way around. Inside, you've got all the pieces to make the pincushion. Then you've got a little needle case. And then if you open up the needle case, it's got pages in it. So you can put all of your needles in with little red and white striped pages. I've just put some in the front. But there's 4 different pages in there, so you can keep all your needles, and it says needles as well. So this is like, obviously you might have much bigger needle cases, but for your travel one or for using every day, a little one. And then there's a little tape measure cover that says measure, and it fits just one of those normal 150 centimetre plastic retractable tape measures, not anything specific at all. It's just one of those that you can get, and it says measure on it. And all the pieces for this are all on the panel, which I'll show you in a minute. Then you've got little dividers. So you don't have to put these in if you don't want. These are sewn in afterwards, so you can leave those out if you just want to fill it up. But they fit exactly, because I've designed these so they fit into the little gaps. You've then got a space here you can put other things in, and then in the top of the case, no, so sweet, you've got a zip. And I did that exactly so it would fit. You know, I've got those little embroidery scissors, those orange Fiskars ones, which are my favourite. It will fit there. And then you've got 3 little pockets, one for buttons, and I've even got buttons in there. And fully lined, and then you've got one, because these are the sort of things I'd want in my sewing kit. Safety pins, very useful, and then one for bits and bobs for people who can't decide. And it's all lined. You've got the zip. I did it so I made it in a way that I decided was the easiest. It's easier to join it together and then bind it rather than to turn it all inside out. So I've done it that way. So that is the red work one. That's the sewing case, and it fits all these little pieces. And this was, I think this was the most popular. And the actual tape measure on the handle is to scale. And then if you look at the little dividers, they've got little spools printed on them. This is why I wanted, because I really wanted one of these, and I knew if I gave it to Amy, she would put all that detail in and it would look lovely. Absolutely lovely. In fact, I gave one of these kits to Wendy Orlando, and she uses hers all the time. So yeah, New Year's Eve, it's a long time. So the first time I demonstrated it, I think was, 14th of April last year. 2021. So we haven't had this a while. Oh, Wendy Gardner went and bought one of the kits afterwards. But look, it has a little handle so you can carry it around like a little suitcase. It was really hard actually when I made it, deciding, so you can choose which way up. So if you hold it, that's upside down, but I wanted it to be the right way up when it was facing me. But when you construct it, you can choose, because I kept changing it round, but that's the way I decided it. Now, we have exactly the same thing, but we did it in a pink and blue hexie option. So I turned that one round. So that's the sewing case. Yeah, so you've got, and remember all of this for £19.99, because it's really important to me and to Amy that these kits are affordable, because we use them we make them as much as for the finished product, but as well as a learning thing. There's a lot of different techniques that you use here, and we'll try to explain them in a really easy to understand way so that you really learn some techniques with these things as well. But it's really important to make that affordable as well. So this one has hexies, patchwork hexies, and you've got florals and checks and stripes all over. It says sewing case, and then you've got the tape measure handle, which is exactly the same. And if I unzip it, this is what it looks like inside. So you've got a gingham lining. The inside of the lining for the gussets is this lovely floral. You've got buttons, and you actually got, the same with the red and white one, they're actually pictures of buttons and safety pins and bits and bobs, and there's all sorts. I filled these up so long ago. Oh look, I've got fabric clips in mine. You can put all sorts in there. And then you've got so we haven't actually put this on air since August last year. The tape measure, look, it's got a little gingham edge around it. All the instructions and all the pieces, I'll show you in a minute, are all on the panel for all of these things. There's your tape measure. Then there's your little needle case with, I can't remember, I haven't looked inside this one for a while. Oh, that one's got little pink stripy pages, and then the pin cushion. There we go. So you just have to choose which one colourway you like. It's a lovely thing to make because you do it bit by bit. So you start off by making the little pockets, then you put the zip in, and again, I've put in the instructions, you don't need to put the zip pocket in, but it's just quite useful to put extra things in. And then you make it little bit by bit, and I've tried to explain quite clearly how to do it so that you don't get intimidated, think, oh, I've got to put a zip in. But it really was the only way to do it properly, was to have the zip. So I am going to be showing you how to make those later when I've shown you everything first. But let me show you the panel. So this is the red one. Now half of the stock of the red one has already gone. So there are all of the pieces. So you can see you've got the front of the case there and all the linings. Here are all, can you see all the pockets for the buttons and the safety pins, and the cover of the needle case? Everything is on there. Now the binding strips, you can see, are printed on the bias. So that's already done for you, because obviously you're going around a curve. It's important they're on the bias because they'll curve around better. So we've printed that way. There's labels on there. This belongs to, because on the back of my mine, I put my this belongs to label. This belongs to Amber Makes. I just wrote that one on. Did I do that one as well? I know I just cut out the Amber Makes label and sewed it on the back of that one. So you've got labels on here. This belongs to, and made with love by. There's the handle. So everything, every single piece you need is on there. There are a few other things. Look, there's the pages for the needle case. Also, obviously, with every kit, you get a full set of instructions, quite important. There's the instructions. There we go. So there's a picture of both of them in there. And then in the instructions, it tells you what else you will need on top of that. So you will need a 50 centimetre zip to go around the edge. You'll need a 15 centimetre pocket zip, some snap fasteners to hold the little pockets closed, some filling for the pin cushion, a small piece of card, a retractable tape measure. So you will need a few other little bits and pieces. And then all the instructions have got very clear photos of every single step, and I've tried to take pictures of the trickier parts to make them where I've explained them, but just to make it easier to understand. There's only 10 of the red kits left, so if you want one of the red ones, you really are going to need to check out. But it does happen when we restock these. Only 10 of these left. Oh, we've got some pictures. Oh, from Alison Marion. This is the bunting my mum made to decorate our house for the Silver Jubilee. 1977 was the year I left school. I'll use it again this year, even though the white is now more cream. Thanks, Katharine. Great quilt demo from Alison. That is brilliant. I cannot believe you've still got that. Lots and lots of love, Alison, from us to you. And thank you for sending in the photo. That's amazing. And then another picture. Rebecca, you've really started something. We're all scrabbling through our old photos. Pick is 1977 celebration. Our house won best decorated house front from Carol. That's fab, isn't it? Oh, I love that. I can't believe you had a competition as well. Oh, please do send in your Silver Jubilee photos. I love to see them. Best decorated house. They should have given you a plaque to put outside your house for it, shouldn't you? Where is that? Love that. There's only 5 of the red sewing cases left if you want one of those. We have more of the pink ones. So let me show you the pink and blue panel. Obviously you get the instructions exactly the same. And then this is the pink and blue one. Exactly the same pieces. So you've got all the borders and the bindings. You've got sewing case for the front. There's all the pockets, the pages, the binding, the top of the pink. It's all on there anyway. Everything you need is on there. I love the tape measure. What? I've just used a white zip for them. Well, yeah, no, a cream one, because that was the colour I had. Just used a cream zip. And it's just a normal zip. It's not like a special extra thick zip. It's just an absolutely normal zip. I love the tape measure one on that, because the hexes are in miniature, so that they fit. This is the beauty, like when Amy does the panels, is that she's got big hexes for the front, but she's reduced the size of the hexes, you see, for the tape measure, so it fits in nicely. All on there. And then there's extra little pieces, so you've got an applique pin cushion, so if you wanted to add that on somewhere, you can. That's specially on the panel. That's not needed for it, but where Amy finds a little gap, she fills it. Can't help herself. She can't be doing with white space. There's always a little something in there. So that is the pink and blue. Please do keep checking out for these. I just used a normal wadding. Normal, as in a normal weight wadding. Do you know, I'll have used whatever I had. I probably used an 80-20 cotton wadding, because that's my favourite and I normally have it around. Not a super thick one, so not your big fluffy 4 ounce, but the wadding really is only for the front and the back of the case. So just a thinner type wadding. It just gives it a little bit of extra padding. The red one is now sold out. So the red one has sold out, but we still have the pink and the blue one, and I'm still going to do the demo anyway, but we still do have the pink and the blue one. Right, so that's the sewing case. Should we do birds? Let me get them. Oh, the babies have just flown off. You know when they fly the nest and they fall on the floor to start with? That's what's just happened. So these are our birds. Hang on a minute. They flew on the floor. So there are 3 birds. Now each panel comes with big bird and 2 baby birds. So let's start with Bertie the Blue Tit. Here is Bertie the Blue Tit, and he is a doorstop. You can use him whatever you like, but that was what I designed him to be, was a doorstop. So let me just move him over a minute. I just think he's stunning, because I don't know how Amy managed it, but it actually looks like a bird. His wings are only attached at the edges, so he looks like he's flying. If you turn him around, look at his tail, so his wings overlap. And then look at the blue and the green that goes back down, all into the tail. And then you can add extra lines of stitching into the tail if you want. But when you look round the head, that beautiful black and white goes all the way around. So he's made from several different pieces, which gives it the 3D look, with a little beak as well. And then in the bottom of him, I've actually put some sand in him, because I quite like sand for filling, because it gives it a nice weight and it's very flat. He's got little feet, double-sided feet, so when he sits there, I quite like him when I have him at home and he sits on a shelf, because then his tail hangs over the shelf. They look quite nice like that. So that's Bertie Blue Tit, and then on the panel you get 2, they're not baby birds, because I discovered that baby birds are all brown, so they're miniature birds. I was going to call them baby birds, but then they'd have to be brown. So you get 2 miniature ones, which you can use as little decorations. You could put a little thread through their head and hang them up, use them as hang them in a little decoration or a tree. Some people who've bought the multi-kit have used all 6 of the baby birds and hung them up like bunting. So on the panel there's the big bird and the 2 baby birds, and obviously you get full instructions, which are here. So in the instructions, as always, you've got lots of photos of all the different stages, so you can see exactly how to make the birds. I'll show you the panel in a minute, because I've labelled them in a special way to make them easy to understand. And there's the pictures of all of the birds there. So, because I like to have lots of close-up photos, it makes it easy when you're making it, I think. So if I'll go through all the birds, then I'll show you one of the panels. So that's Bertie. Should we go on to Robbie Robin? Robbie Robin. So he's got a lovely red breast, but he does actually look like feathers as well. And he's got little feet. And then if I turn him round, he's got brown. I mean, he's almost accurate. I wouldn't say like 100%. I'm sure a lot of people who study birds will say, well, it wouldn't be exactly like that. He's as accurate as he can be for a fabric printed panel, and his little wings fold out like that. So that's Bertie. That's Robbie Robin, $14.99, and you will get 2. There we are. I'd lost one. 2 mini robins. And you get the instructions. So remember, you get on the panel, you'll get the big bird and 2 mini birds as well. And then finally, Gary the goldfinch. No, he's not. He's golden. Gordon. He's golden. He was, that's right, he was originally called Gary the goldfinch. And then I decided he didn't really look like a Gary. He looks like a Gordon, I think. I think he's a bit more serious than a Gary. No, we can't have Gary and Robbie together anyway. It'd be like, flipping take that, wouldn't it? So, which would be quite funny. I don't think they'd like that. I know a Gary anyway who's a little bit naughty, and I don't think this bird... I don't know any Gordons, but I do know a Gary who in his youth was quite naughty. So I've renamed him Gordon, because it doesn't match a Gary. But I love him. Look at his wings. So when we designed these, I said to Amy, I'd like to do a blue tit and a robin, because I love them, and I don't know which one to do as a third. So she chose the goldfinch because of the colours. Look at the yellow and the black and white spots. Absolutely gorgeous. And then on this one, you can add if you like. I added some extra lines of quilting. and on the wings, it says in the instructions when you do it, you can add extra lines because you sew the wings as whole pieces and then sew them on, so you can put extra texture in it if you want by sewing lines onto it. And there's the babies, not babies, minis, the mini ones. But then we did a deal because we knew that there were a lot of you who couldn't decide which one you wanted. So we thought, let's do a kit that has all 3 panels. I'm going to show you one of the panels in a minute. All 3 panels to make all 3 birds with all 6 mini birds. And this is where if you get this multi-kit, you can then hang these all together, all 6 of them. So you get the 3 panels, you get the instructions for $34.99. I went on to Hobby Maker on these and they let me put them on split pay, which you shouldn't normally have for $34.99. So we've kept it. So think of the savings. So if you bought all 3 of them, that would be £45. So you're basically making a £10 saving. And I know you're not getting 3 sets of instructions because that would be ridiculous, but it is cheap, £10 cheaper to buy them together. But if you want to buy them on split pay, you can split that into 2 equal payments of £17.49. It is completely interest free. What happens is you pay today £17.49, you get sent all 3 straight away, and next month you pay the other £17.49. There's no interest on that, it's just a way for you to spread the payment. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it, even if you think, well, I don't want the Robin or I don't want Bertie, or but you can give them to somebody. They make lovely housewarming gifts, don't they? Obviously Robbie, perfect for Christmas, isn't he? I know he could have a little bit of tinsel around his neck. But robins are not available just at Christmas. They are available all year round. 13th, I was thinking, oh, it's my birthday. Oh, yes, so it was. You know when someone says your birthday and you go, oh, it's my birthday. Yes, it was originally demonstrated by me on my birthday on the 13th of February if you want to watch back the whole demonstration. I will just show you one of the panels so you can see what they look like. Loads of this bundle have gone into baskets. I'm not going to get the chance to do a demo today, but if you go back on the 13th of February. Now, this is very much, if you've never used an Amber Makes panel before, they are cut and sew. All the seam allowances included, so all you have to do is cut them out and sew them together. Now, they are all labelled. If you look at them, you can see this one here. It's got like A, B, C, and I've done that. So in the instructions, it says match A to A and B to B, and that's how you get the 3D appearance, just to make it simpler, because otherwise you're trying to match bits, you can't really work out what's going where. I think I must have made at least 10 birds until I got this right. And like the underbody is split in 2 pieces so that the legs, the feet, can go between those pieces, and that keeps them there nice and strong, because if you hand sewed them on, they might fall out. There we go. Look at the detail. I mean, look at the blue tit's face. When I saw these on screen, she showed them to me before she did them, but when they came back from the printers, I was like, oh, and look at the babies. So that's the blue tit. And remember, for $34.99, you will get all 3. Here's Robbie. But look, I mean, I think the detail is incredible. Oh, that's fine. So can you see the little, and in the instructions, it does say, when you cut these out, just write on the back where B is. And it says all of that, so you don't cut them out. And it just makes it really simple, because when you join them together, you sew the letters together, and then it all works perfectly, because I wanted it to be... That's amazing. So that's all the bits are there, and it will explain, and it does explain about matching up all of these pieces. And then finally, Gordon. Oh yeah, how's your feet feeling? Very squishy on my squishy mat. Very, very comfortable. But my arms are tired. Can we have a squishy mat for my arms? There we are. Now this is the most stunning as far as colours go, isn't it? Because look at the wings and the little feet. And it's all worked, all the designs have been done so that when you join all the pieces together, the design flows around it. But the feather effect is really clever. The mini birds are a little bit simpler because they're made from 4 pieces, whereas the big birds are made from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. So you don't get the extra bit that goes down the back of the head. So because they're smaller. Right, that's birds. I'll move the birds. Last thing I'm going to show you are the tootily toots. We haven't done these for a while, and they were the original totally totes. Yes, these just kept selling out. I really wanted them because I wanted a really nice big bag that taught you a few techniques as well. So this was my favourite one actually, but I think the rainbow was more popular. So on the front it says, "My soul is fed with needle and thread." And then on the back it says, "Happiness is handmade." And then all around the edges you've got, there is a pocket in this one, but it doesn't say secret things like the other tote. No, this is the frame tote. This is not the tote. This is the frame tote. So you've got like little sewing machines, but I wanted to do it so it looked a bit like attic windows where you get that frame. So there's a triangle piece where you have a square that you sew in the corner, and that gives you that triangular framed look, so slightly 3D. It has a gusset with safety pins on, obviously, that goes around, that gives it a real depth. The bag is also fully lined. I'll turn it around so you can see, with a facing, and then the lining fabric has lots of different words on it, like "A lady never discusses the size of her fabric stash. Give a quilter an inch and she'll think she's a ruler. Beautiful things come together 1 stitch at a time." So that's the lining. There is also a pocket which you can choose. If you don't want to put a zip in, you don't have to, you can just have it as a pocket, and then that's got all notions on it. So the inside is sort of a mustardy colour. It has tape measure straps, which actually are accurate. That's the charcoal one. In the kit you get the panel and the instructions. Let me just show you the colourway. Also, as a little extra, on the panel makes the little bag which you can use for a mobile phone or your glasses or tubes of extra strong mints. It says "sew on" and so forth, fully lined again with a matching lining with those quotes on, and a safety pins handle, and that's also on the panel, so that's matching. This is the other colourway, the rainbow colourway. This has different quotes. It says "so much fabric, so little time," and again you can see it's got that's why it's called the frame tote. It's got the frame round it. Yeah, I did press mine, but then I put it in I packed it last night and it got a bit creased. It's got all rainbow, but like a pastel rainbow, more of an ombre rather than rainbow. Right, originally demoed on the 3rd of February 2021, so last year. You've got safety pins in the rainbow around the sides, and then on the back it says "Sewing is cheaper than therapy." Again, it's fully lined with all of the same quotes. With this one, I did put a zip in, so you can choose whether you put a zip. Exactly the same. You make the post box opening, and then it has the pocket inside. And then this one has a little bag that also says "sew on" and so forth, but it's rainbow. So that's those two. So for the panels for these, obviously both of the kits come with the panel and the instructions. £19.99, but let me show you the size of this panel because you've got the lining in here as well. When we first did this, they wanted it to cost more, and I said, no, I think £19.99 is a good price. But look at the size of the panel. It's massive. So you've got the front and the back there. You've got all of the pieces for the frames. You've got the tape measure straps at the bottom. You've got all the rainbow pieces for the pocket front. Everything is labelled, so when you cut them out, you just cut out the label that's above it and pin it on, so you know what each piece is and where it goes. But it really is cut and sew, and everything is printed to exactly the right size. There are obviously, because Amy doesn't like any white space, there's lots of other little bits and pieces to put onto your bag, but that is really big, isn't it? Huge, huge. So that's the rainbow, and then you get full instructions that give you lots of pictures of the finished item, which I always really like because it makes it easier to do. I've explained quite clearly in photos. I mean, this is all $19.99 for the panel and the instructions. Everything that you need to know is all in here, very clearly explained. So that's the rainbow one, and then the charcoal version is here. And remember, you've got the pieces for the whole tote bag, and it's a really nice big deep tote bag as well. So it's ideal for taking to your workshops, or maybe you're going to a quilt or a sewing festival show and you want to take a nice bag for your shopping. There's the frame tote. There's all the pieces. There's even safety pins printed on there in a gap. Look. And little sewing machines and labels, and an empty label so you could just write your own name in it. So there's all the pieces. So, and I love this one because it's printed like it's sewn. It looks like running stitch. And all the lining as well. So what you could do is you could make 2 bags by using your, use the lining fabric for the back, and then you could line it with your own, and then you could make 2 bags, one with the front, one with the back, and use the lining on the back. So if you used your own plain cotton for the lining, it'd be a lot easier. And all you have to do is cut the pieces out and pin them to another fabric. Because I don't put measurements into the instructions, there's no need because it's all cut and sew. But if you want to use these to make other bags, if you just cut round them and use them as patterns, then you can. There we go. Yes, there are kits on the website. If you like, if you go on sewingstreet.com and click on watch live and scroll down, there are some other kits. We've got the hexie cushions on there, and other bits and pieces that you will need, like wadding and zips, are on there, but I'm not going to go through all of those now. Right, sewing case. Now we only have the pink one available. That one is in your graphics. I'm going to demo, obviously, with the red and white one. Of course I am. Yes, because I always get it wrong. Oh, Maria's messaged in to say she bought the charcoal bag kit and it was really good quality. Thank you very much. That's really kind. It's really nice to get feedback and know what you think about them. So, the first thing that you have to do is make the little pockets. Now, I've made these in advance just to save some time because I wanted to concentrate on the zip. So, you make the little pockets, which there are 2 pieces for. You put the right sides together, sew them together all the way around with a little gap, turn the right sides out. When they're done, you then sew them onto this piece of fabric. Just down so you can see the stitching down the sides and across there. That immediately means it'll flap over, and then you can put some press studs on there. You then put the zip in with this post box shape opening. If you don't want to put the zip, don't worry about it, you don't need to do that, just leave that section out. But it is quite useful because you can get a pair of scissors in there. So that looks a bit odd because that's now like how everything's going to fall out. But that's just the best way to do it. So you sew the pockets to the lining, to the out, and then you put the lining on to make the zip pocket. You then take the front of the sewing case. Now if you want to quilt this, you can. There's the inner lining, and I put a little bit of thin wadding, and then I just sewed around that just to quilt it. Now this is where you need to decide which way up you want your case. So if you want your got to find it, there we are. If you want your sewing case to be facing you when you open it, then you put it this way round. But if you want it to be the right way round, let me show you. Yeah, if you want it to be the right way round when you're holding it up, then turn it round. So just choose which way round you to do. But the important thing is that this needs to be facing the opposite way than you want it to hang up, because this is going to go on the inside. So put them wrong sides together, and it looks like it's sort of upside down, but just have what I do is just have a think about this is going to flap open. So there's the front, and that flaps open to do that in the same way that it's just annoying if you get it the wrong way round. It's a bit, so when you've got that, when you open it, you want the zip at the top. So just have a think about that when you do it. And then all you have to do then is pin these two together, and then the case front, and I'm going to just sew them together all the way round. Ooh, that was a nice noise, wasn't it? There's a 1 centimetre seam allowance in this. That's all included in the pattern pieces. But with this, because you're just sort of almost tacking them together because you're going to bind it later, when it says stitch together within the seam allowance, I would do just a 5mm because you don't want this line of stitching. This is basically tacking, so you could use, I'm going to lengthen the stitch length a bit, you could use a longer stitch length to do this as well, because this is just tacking it together. It's much easier if you hold the two pieces together rather than trying to pin and bind all at the same time. So lengthen your stitch length a bit, and you don't need to be too accurate, just a bit less than your 1 centimetre, and then just stitch it together all the way round, and that's a good way of tacking. Let's put my stitch length down, or I should forget to do that later. I'll have to tell Katharine when she comes back I've changed it. Right, hang on, I've just got to see which bit I was going to do next. Right, so when you do the case base, that's done in exactly the same way. You've got the case base lining. You see, when you do them, make sure you cut out, I've just kept mine on there, cut out the little label that's above the piece. There we go, got to find it, sorry, just disappeared. When you look at the actual panels, and this applies to all of the Amber Makes kits, let me show you this one. So all of the labels are at the top. So if anything is printed to the side, the label will still be on the top. So when you cut this out, see where it says base lining, like here, just cut round the edge of it, and then cut out the little label and pin it near the top so it's facing the right way. Then you'll remember, because there's so many pieces on here, you might forget which bit is which. Like, will you remember that's the pincushion bottom? So, because otherwise you know what it's like, you start these things and then several weeks, months later you come back to it and you've completely forgotten. So do that in advance. So all you do for the case base is you take the case bottom, you get the case base, bit of wadding in between, sew it together. So those two pieces. Now we need to put a zip between them, because a zip is what forms the gusset. So very simple, and I've done this in quite a simple way, that it has an outer and a lining, and you sew them together. And I've made this one advanced because the bit I wanted to show, lost my pincushion. The pincushion has little pincushions around the edge. Love that. So the way that I've done this is you sew the zip in, but you make it bigger than you need, because the best way to get it really neat is to then trim it afterwards, so that the zip is actually a bit longer than you need, and it's also, this gusset is a bit wider, and then you trim it down. When you've done that, you add the handle. So I've put the handle on at this stage. That's really easy. It's just the handle folded in half, right sides together, turned right sides out, and then just sewn into place. Then you have this section, which is the zip spine. There's the spine. So you sew the spine right sides together like this, with the lining one side and the spine outer the other side. So this is the next piece. Now I have measured this exactly, so if you've cut it and you've sewn it and then trimmed it like it says in the instructions, it will fit all the way around the edge. So what we need to do now is we're going to sew this outer to the other end, because this is called a gusset loop, because when it goes around the sewing case, it's in a complete loop all the way round. If you see, it goes all the way from the spine all the way round. So I'm going to sew. Ooh, forgot that was magnetic. So you've already sewn one end on, but you've sewn those on together at the same time. We can't do that with this end, or you won't have a loop. So do it right sides outers together first. No linings. Oh, I'm on the wrong way. The outers together, which is the flowery bit. I'd forgotten there's the flowery bit. So do it outers together, and you'll see it all matches up because you've trimmed it. If you were doing it yourself and you knew exactly what the size would be, you wouldn't need to, but it's just easier, I think, when putting a zip in, if the fabric is bigger than you need, and it's easier for it to be accurate. But there's loads of photos in the instructions that will explain that. So pin those right sides together, and we're going to be sewing across the zip. I've just used a nylon zip so I can sew over that, but just slow it down a bit, because even though it's nylon and you can sew over it, if you go over it too fast, it will break your needle. If you use I wouldn't use a metal zip, to be honest with this, because metal zips won't curve as easily and as well. You won't get as nice a finish. So 1 centimetre seam allowance. When you get to the zip, just slow it down. If you're a little bit unsure, maybe hand crank it over the teeth. It will go over them. Unlike if you do a metal zip, you have to actually skip over because it won't sew through them at all, but just slow it down. Right, so that's the outers that I've sewn together. Now we've got this lining bit that we need to sew to the other end to make that end nice and neat. So all you have to do is roll up this and then get the lining and make sure that's right sides together. And then this is how you will then get a really neat zip gusset loop. So now you can see there's the outer that's got the wadding on it, there's the zip gusset, and there's the lining. So they're all right sides together, but you need to roll up that bit in between, the rest of the gusset loop, for that to happen. But it's not too bulky, it's quite simple to do that, and you'll get a much neater finish. That's the bit where I did put quite a few photos in. Right, there's only 10 kits left, and there are 28 in baskets. So if you want one, you really need to check out your basket or it's going to go. So all the red ones have sold out, and we've only got 10 of the pink ones left. Right, so now I've done that, let me turn it all the way round, and look, you've now got your gusset loop. There's the outside, all neat, and there's the inside. So just doing that little technique of rolling it up. What I would do then to hold it nice and flat, and also just to add a little bit of detail, is top stitch. So from the right side, turn it right round, you need to top stitch on the spine side. I'll just show you that, just because you'll get a neater finish. So top stitch is worked about a 1/16 of an inch, 3 to 5 millimeters away from a seam, and it is a decorative stitch. You can make it slightly longer to add a bit of detail. It's not only decorative, but it also holds things in place and neatens. So it's a little bit of both. And then if you top stitch down the other side as well, make sure it's nicely pressed. I would press this. If I wasn't on telly. Now, let me just show you with the zip. With the zip on this one, just something that I didn't put in the instructions, but I thought about. With the zip on this one, you can see the zip. It's just it's a 50 centimetre zip, so quite easy to get hold. Normal dressmaking zip. It zips all the way around from one side to the other. With the zip I've done on my demo one, I've done a slightly chunkier zip, just because I fancied it. If you want, because I've just designed for the block of the month, I'm doing a suitcase next month at the end of May. I wanted a zip. A fabric suitcase. So block of the month, which is the end of May, one of the projects is a fabric suitcase, which is like this really, but bigger. I wanted my zip to have 2 sliders so that I could open and close it from the centre. If you want to do that, all you need to do is get a continuous zip and 2 sliders, and then you put the ends on. What you have to do is you put the ends on, so you put them on in opposite directions. So you have the curvy end you put facing one way, and then the curvy, so that the curvy ends of the zips are facing. You can then, with a smaller thing like this, it doesn't matter, but if you want that 2-way zip thing, they're not very easy to find to the correct length. Just make your own. So if you put your 2 sliders on so they face each other, then you can do it that way. With this sewing case, I didn't bother because it's not really needed, but it's just something that you could try. So now we've done the gusset loop. There's only 3 kits left, but 28 in baskets. So check out really quick, you 3. I'll do the base first. Doesn't matter which one you do. So this is the outside of the base. The easiest way to do this is, stab yourself with a pin, is fold it in half to mark it with a pin to find the halfway points of the long. I just fold it in half, put a pin. You can put this with a pin or you could mark it. There we go. Put a pin and then do it the other way. This means that it will be nice and even because this will fit round, but obviously we've got corners involved and you've got to get it to go round the corners, but this will give you a nice even finish, which is particularly important because you're sewing your zip gusset loop to the top and the bottom. So there we go, that's in quarters. Now let's get our zip gusset loop and we're going to put that into quarters. Do the zip up because it's easier to measure. The most important one is the centre of the spine, because the centre of the spine will go in the centre of the back of the case. So just take the spine and fold it fold it in half together. Match those top stitch seams you did and mark that with a pin. Do both sides. We're only going to sew one side to the base and one side to the top, but measure both of them and then you know they're in the same place because you're going to need both of these measurements, both of these marks anyway. So now that's the halfway point. Now fold this in half like so. So you've got your pin at one end, fold it in half and mark with a pin the other end and at the other side of it as well. It's worth doing all of these in advance. So those are your halfway points. We now want quarter points. So take the 2 pins and place them so they meet. So you can see there, look, that pin meet those pins, meet those pins. Now if you fold it out, put pins in the top and the bottom. Oh gosh, that's a super long pin. And then again do the other side. So I know this is a bit, you think, oh, this is a bit of a fiddle doing this, but this is, you will get a much neater, more even finish, and it's actually easier to do as well. So I'm just going to put that pin there and there. Right, so now we've got our zip gusset loop, has all of its quarter marks. So the wider section goes on the bottom, just because the top bit is narrower because of the case, because you've got more contents in the bottom. You've got the pin cushion, so the wider section goes at the base. And you're going to bind them from the outside, so you need to put it lining sides together. So start off with, take the back of the case, which is there, and then get the back of the spine section, but the wider bit, and pin that on. Now just match these pins. That is a rubbish pin. And then match this. So this is a technique that obviously is really useful if you're ever sewing anything together where you need it to be even, is matching the quarter points. Take the other quarter mark, match that with that one, and then take the other one and match that one. There we go. So now we've got them all matched up. You know that that's even. You've also got your 4 pins on the top for when you match up the quarter points of the top, so you know they'll be even. Then keep those in place and you can then pin it all the way around. What I would do is, because the zip gusset is straight, is when you get to the quarter point, the corners, just make little snips, just a little less than the seam allowance of 1 centimetre on those corners, and it will help it to lay around the edge, and pin it into place all round, and then you tack it into place. So it looks a bit odd because now you've got all these raw edges sticking on the outside, but you bind them. The binding strips are in here. So this is what the binding strip's like. So when you've sewn it together all the way round, you bind it with these strips and then you get this finish, which is much neater, I think, than trying to turn it all inside out. Oh, they both sold out. A question. Sorry, they've both sold out. We should have got some more from Julie. Hi, Rebecca. Could I use some H640 or Bosal in this, or would it be too bulky? No, it'll be absolutely fine, to be honest. H640 is the fusible. That's fine because it's only in the top and the bottom. I didn't put any. I'm just checking now. Did I? No, I don't think I know. There's no. You don't. I wouldn't put any wadding in here if you're anything too much thicker, but actually H640 is fine. If you're using Bosal, so it's like a foam interfacing, that would be fine in the top and bottom, but not in the gusset. But it will give it quite a nice texture. When I made my suitcase, which I'll be showing you at the end of May, I used actually Bosal in that, a foam interfacing. It'll give it quite a nice structure. I mean, you could use it in the zip section if it's a foam, but it just makes it a little trickier, but it's thicker. But absolutely, in fact, H640 is brilliant because it's iron-on. And you only need a little piece anyway. So that's the 2 sewing cases. How to make them. I have a look back at the demo of when I did them and I show you in detail. I've only showed you the trickier bits, well, the bits that are easier to show you on air rather than in instructions. But it's all in there, how to make all the little pieces. I've got a little divider. So we should have got some more of those. But if you want the birds or the frame totes, they are still available. After the break, we have Katharine Wright with us. She's going to be in embroidery. We're talking Jubilee Embroidery. Exclusive to Sewing Street, 3 panels, brand new, on air today. And we're also going to be doing your Jubilee fabric crown, perfect for your street party. So I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time. Thank you for joining me for this hour.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there! Morning and welcome back to Sewing Street. Who loves my crown? I love this crown because it's like really eco, isn't it? I don't none of that paper crown business. Have a fabric crown. Love this. We've got 2 demos this hour, completely different. We start half embroidery, half make a fabric crown. I'm going to start by showing you the embroidery panels. Now these are brand new today. What's the code? IGUU53. Brand new. Brand new, never been seen before. Not only that, but exclusive to Sewing Street. $9.99. This is the Platinum Jubilee panel. Now on here, you have got 3 embroidery hoops. You've got the purple one, and you've got printed on here, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Let me take the thingy off the wall to show you, so you can see what it's like. Now it's printed, I mean, I don't know whether you can see it in the camera, can see it oh no, that's good. Perfectly easily here. It's printed in a pinky colour so that you can see. And then this is what it looks like when it's stitched. Look at that. So you can choose what colours you stitch it in and what stitches. It's entirely up to you. Katharine has done this one and she'll be showing us how she did it in a moment. But isn't that lovely? And I think that's so, because the design is printed onto the panel, so easy to follow. You can choose whatever you want, but it's printed softly enough so it doesn't really stand out. So if you don't quite cover it with all of your stitching, it's not so bad. But for £9.99, I think that's a fantastic price. But you get 2 more. You don't just get that. So you get the big queens. Isn't that? You could use that in an embroidery hoop, or you could make it into a bag or a cushion. You also get 2 other panels. You get the corgi. I'm going to have to hold these up to show you. You got the corgi. Charlie's interested, he's going to buy this one, which is printed, so you can see, if you have to look not closely, but you have to look, when you're close to it, you'll be able to see it perfectly well when you're embroidering. There's your corgi in cream, and then you've got God Save the Queen. Oh yes, can I have that one, Catherine? Which Catherine's also saying.
I haven't, that's a pretend.
Oh, we have pretended to sew this one. So that's what that one looks like, God Save the Queen. I like that one, yeah, but you could just colour it in if you wanted to do it. Fabric pens, God Save the Queen. I love that one. So you don't have to put them in an embroidery hoop, but you can if you like. You can make them into other things. So all of those 3 are on one panel for only £9.99. I mean, now there's no instructions, because you don't need instructions, because you use whatever colours you want and whatever stitches you want. Half of the stock's gone. Fantastic, and Catherine is going to be showing you how to do them in just a moment. So if you need some help with stitches and colours, just give me 5 minutes probably to go through them all. Panel number 2, MZUU 51. Now this is just general sayings, nothing Jubilee, just general sayings. So this one says, oh, I've got that one hung up, let me get him. 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a story never yet to be told. So that's your sort of, they're just nice English sayings. This one says, I need to put my glasses on, one moment. Put the kettle on, put the kettle on. I like that, with a picture of let me hold it up, with a picture of an old-fashioned, like, Arga type kettle. Put the kettle on. That's what we say, don't we? Put the kettle on, have a cup of tea. Did he? Yeah, I wish somebody put the kettle on. I'd like a cup of tea. I'll do that in the next break. And then the next one, no, it's fine. I'll make one in the next break. They go, oh, I'll make one. No, I will, it's fine. Weather law. I'm going to have to read this one. I've never heard of this. This is nice. Cold night, stars bright, rain before 7, fine before 11. Oh, so these are the sayings, right? I thought it was a poem. Yeah. I knew I didn't know rain before 7 and fine before 11. As the day lengthens, so the cold strengthens. What does that mean? So as the days get longer.
That doesn't sound the right way around, does it?
As the day lengthens, so the cold strengthens. I don't know what that means. Well, no, but
because it gets colder as the days get shorter, doesn't it?
Really, I don't know. If anyone's ever heard that saying and understands it, please let me know. When your joints all start to ache, rainy weather is at stake.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Mackerel skies and mare's tails make tall ships carry low sails. Okay. Oh, I know this one. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. Shepherd's pie. No, it's not shepherd's pie. When the wind is out of the east, 'tis neither good for man nor beast. Didn't know that one. St. Swithin's Day, if thou dost reign for 40 days, it will remain. I do know that one. If March comes in like a lion, it will go out like a lamb. Yeah. Yes, dew in the night, next day will be bright. Oh, I think that's lovely, because nice. I love those sayings. I want to know what about the day lengthens and the cold strengthens. And then it's got all different weather things. What a lovely thing. So, again, 3 of those, lovely say. I love the weather law, isn't that lovely? Be nice to have that in a school, wouldn't it, in a classroom?
Yes, it would.
Teach children that. Completely exclusive to us and brand new today. So that's the very British sayings. Then we have London on our final panel. So this one, we've got we've got the London skyline, that's the big one. It's got the wheel, Buckingham Palace, Big Ben. It's even got the pickle. The pickle.
The gherkin.
Gherkin. The pickle. It's got the pickle. Commonly known as the gherkin. The pickle. Wouldn't it be nice if they were right next to each other like that? They're making going to London so much simpler. So there's London. That's the biggest one. Then the medium one is in blue, and that's your taxi and your bus and the London Underground sign. And then the baby one says, hang on, I've got to read it just a minute. When a man is tired of London, he is tired of life, for there is in London all that life can afford. Samuel Johnson. I'd never heard the second part of that. Yeah, when a man is tired of Birmingham, he's tired of life. Cat. Yes, in fact, you could just change that to the name of wherever you fancy, couldn't you?
Good.
There is in London, all of this. That's lovely. So those three are your London ones. $9.99. But if you want all three, or if you can't decide, for a special saving, $4.99, you can have all three for $24.99. Special saving. So you've got your 3 Jubilee ones, the 3 London ones, and the 3 Sayings ones, all for $24.99. Nice gift, isn't it? But lovely thing to have, you know. If you've bought all 3 of them, you can just then embroider them when you want or when you want. A lovely thing to do in front of the telly, and a really nice little gift for someone. And don't forget, anything that you buy in May, you go into the special prize draw, new prize draw every day. Shop to win, shop any day in May. And then on Sunday, the prizes will all be announced and the winners. So anytime, and it doesn't matter what you buy, whether it's something small or something big, anyone who shops in May will be put into our competition. Could just be the early bird. Right, we've got a bundle of stranded cotton, which you will need for your embroidery. Oh, where's that one?
What are you after?
The bundle of 7 threads. Right, we'll just show the picture on the website. I don't think we've got that one. Jubilee threads. So you get yellow, white, purple, browny gold, black, blue and red. $9.99, and that's 7 skeins of stranded cotton. Obviously perfect for the Jubilee, so really good for any of these. So if you want to get yourself started, $9.99 for 7 skeins of stranded cotton. Fantastic. Oh, we've just found them. There we go. I'm going to show you now. Yeah, thank you. These are all, just to say, these are all DMC as well. Just checking. These are all DMC as well. Messaging down. Morning all. I had to Google, as not heard before. As the day lengthens, refers to the winter solstice, as that is in December. It gets colder.
Oh, well, now we know.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for that. With you, Kat, when you're tired of Birmingham, you're tired of partying. So when you're tired of Birmingham, should we put that? Not tired of life, but tired of partying. Oh, thank you both of you for your messages. That's great. And thank you for the one about the day lengthens, because I didn't really understand that. That's great. Embroidery hoops, we have 3 of them. Now you can buy them individually on the website if you want them, but we've put a bundle together because these 3 will fit the 3. Now the beauty of these is you need them to do your embroidery in because it makes it a lot neater, but then they're frames afterwards. Hoop art is really, really popular. All you do is once you've finished it, you pull it taut, you put a running stitch around the back, finish it off, and you hang them on your wall. And luckily, they all come with a screw to hang on. So in this bundle, you get a large hoop, which I think is 30 centimetres. You get the smaller hoop, which is 20 centimetres, 8 inches. And then you get the mini hoop, which is 4 inches, 10 centimetres. All 3 hoops for $14.99. So you've got the hoops you need for the stitching, and it's your frame as well, if that's what you want to do with it. And then the skeins of stranded cotton, which are perfect, and they're all DMC branded, just so you know. And you'll need needles. Now the best needles are these embroidery needles. These are also called crewel. Now you could just buy these needles and you entered into the May competition. £1.49. These are crewel embroidery needles. They are absolutely perfect for working with stranded cotton. They've got long elongated eyes, which makes them easier to thread multiple strands, and extremely sharp points, so they're very good for piercing the fabric. But they are invented for embroidery, also called crewel needles, and they are in a mixed pack of sizes 5 to 10, which is great depending on how many strands you're using. We do also have a big bumper pack of rainbow stranded cotton, so you have got 36 skeins of stranded cotton in here. And they're all variegated, which is lovely. So as you stitch, it changes colour. And because you're embroidering here, and a lot of it is lettering, it's lovely because the colour changes are very gradual. It gives a really hand-painted, hand-illustrated effect. And you've got 36 in here, so you can choose all different shades. So if you haven't embroidered before and you want to get everything, you just need your needles, stranded cotton, and the hoops. You are all ready to go. Now we do have a second project, so I'm just going to introduce those because obviously you're probably, with me and Katharine, wearing them thinking crown envy. So pattern for making the crowns from the lovely Alison Marion, the party crown. This is multi-size because, let me just turn around and show you, at the back you tie it with a ribbon, so you make it fit you exactly. So that's why it's multi-size. Party crown, and this is everything that you need to make the crown that I'm wearing other than the fabric. Well, all the instructions you need, I mean. It tells you all the details that you need to make the party crown. Only £6.99. So to make the party crown, you need a fat quarter of fabric, or 2 if you want it to be reversible, some interfacing and a metre of ribbon for the tie. So the fat quarters we had earlier, I said, didn't I? Now, the ones that I'm wearing are from the grey Lewis and Irene fabric. So let me show you. Now, this is the fabric that the lady sent the picture of in her shirt earlier, but she had the coloured in version. So this fabric, this is 1/2 metre. Now, the repeat print, which goes around the bottom of my crown, is on either end of it. So you've actually got enough here to make 2 crowns, because you need a fat quarter, so you could use one for one crown, one for the other, and then use another fabric for lining it, just a plain fabric. But because the border print goes at either side, so it goes on one side and the other side, you've got enough for 2 crowns here. And wouldn't it be lovely when you're having your party if you gave everyone a crown to wear, or just got your own? And a fabric crown's so much nicer than a paper one. You can use them then, this pattern, for Christmas crowns. And any party crowns, birthday crowns, just red, white and blue would be lovely. The fabric strips that we had in the last hour would be ideal for any of that fabric bundle, would be brilliant. That we had in the 9 o'clock show would be fab. I love this tea party fabric. Has that one sold out? Oh well, sorry, that one sold. What about this one? Still love this one. Love this one.
Yeah, I like that one.
This one you're going to be demoing with. It's a really nice charcoal background with no overhead, sorry. Oh, how can I not remember that? With heart-shaped Union Jacks. Perfect. I mean, you don't need to use it for party crown, but it would be lovely. And obviously you can make 2 party crowns from 1/2 metre, because you only need a fat quarter for it. Right, let's go with the demo then. Should we talk embroidery? Do you love embroidery, Katharine?
I do love embroidery. I love embroidery because it makes you slow down and take things steady, and it's relaxing and mindful, isn't it?
And you can do it in front of the telly.
You can do it in front of the telly. My sample, I did all in front of the telly.
Did you?
I did.
It's beautiful. You've stitched it lovely.
I didn't have a huge amount of time.
Wait, no, it's beautiful.
It's not too bad. I could possibly have
I think it's
some
lovely.
bits
I
tiny
think it's
bit
gorgeous. So where do we start then?
Where
so
do
we've
we
got
start?
the panel, and we've never embroidered before.
I've cut my circle out really nice and neatly. And if we've never done it before, now I don't often embroider with a hoop. It's personal preference.
Yes.
But I'm going to put it in the hoop to show you. Also, it does keep it nice and tight. It's easier for you to see when I'm doing it on,
Yes.
on the telly as well.
There's only 2 of these panels left of the Jubilee one. We have the others as well.
So
the main graphic is the bundle, but there are only 2 of the Jubilee panel on their own.
It's nice. I like that purple one.
It's gorgeous,
nice,
isn't it?
So I've taken my hoop apart. The bit without the screw-on's going underneath my little picture, and then that's just going to go on the top, so it's pulled nice and tight, and then you just tighten the screw up. And for some stitches, particularly stitches like satin stitch, it does help actually to have a hoop, because it stops especially if you haven't done a huge amount of embroidery or you're new to it, because it stops the fabric from bunching up. So we're just going to pull that nice and tight. Right, so when you do embroider, I think people get a bit daunted because they think there's millions and millions of stitches and they don't know them. But actually, when you embroider, you probably use about half a dozen at the most,
Well,
don't
yeah,
you?
That's it. There's loads and loads of stitches.
There are
You have your
loads.
favourite 3.
But so there are stitches for outlining and there are stitches for filling in. So something like this taxi bust design, I'm going to show you 1 or 2 of the outline stitches you could use, and then I'll show you some filling in stitches. So when you get your cotton, you'll find it's got lots of little strands. They have 6 strands. Now that would be very thick to stitch with all of it. So you tend to take your split your embroidery thread. I'm going to be very brave and attempt to thread a needle on the telly. I've got one here with like an absolutely massive eye. So I would say split to 2 or 3 strands. I'm going to use 2 for outlining, and you just need to pull it out really gently. Now if you pull it hard, it kind of all bunches up on itself and it won't do it. So you have to just do it nice and gently so that they come apart. And if it starts to get stuck, just twizzle it like I'm doing there, and it will come apart. It also makes your thread go a lot further, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, because you're
split it.
You're getting 6 times, aren't you?
Absolutely. So it's not wanting to do it very nicely, but here we go. Right, there we go. So you can see that that's split apart, and then you can thread it. Okay. Now, starting off, you can tie a little knot. I'm usually a little bit lazy and tie a knot. And so you can tie a little knot, or you can leave a length on the back of your work and then weave it back in at the end. It's your choice. What's your favourite outline stitch, Rebecca? What do you like to do?
Split stitch,
You
actually.
like a split stitch?
Because it looks like a chain stitch, but isn't.
Okay.
And it's quite easy.
A split stitch is nice and easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
And you get a really nice continuous line with it actually, don't you?
Without the sort of, it's a bit softer than a back stitch.
It is.
I think. But I like back stitch as well. Love a back stitch.
Well, we'll show you both. So a split stitch, you're going to, I brought my thread up with the knot on the back.
You just need to go left and
left. I'm very bad at lefts and rights.
towards me.
This, oh look, there's the little mark. Everything's in the wrong page. It's because it seems so far away from the sewing machine.
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, that's true.
Okay, righty-ho. Now I'm still there. We go.
Perfect.
That's better.
Perfect.
So we're going to do a nice small little running stitch down, and then you're going to bring your needle back up between the 2 strands. So it's halfway along, and it's literally splitting the thread. Did I get between it there? Black's really difficult, isn't it? Because you can't see black very well. And if you don't get it, that's it, I didn't quite get it. You can just thread it through. And then we'll go down again. So you're always trying with embroidery to make your stitches the same length if possible. That will make it look neater. But, you know, don't be too hard on yourself, especially if you're starting out. Okay, so your split stitch just goes like that. And you can see it's making a really nice continuous line to edge the bottom of my taxi. Okay. I think that would be quite a good one for this, generally. And if I was tackling the whole of this panel, I'd probably do all my edging first and do things like edge my bus windows.
Okay, yeah, just sort of work around all the outlines
would look nice
first.
to give them a nice little frame.
Yeah, no, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could start by outlining it, then depends on the time as to whether
Yeah,
you
and then you
filled
could
it in.
decide how much filling in that you wanted to do. Okay, so there's your split stitch. Right, now then, I'm going to come up here with a back stitch to show you a back stitch. So back stitch also gives you a nice outline. I used it on the edge of the crown, on the one that I've done. There,
Do you want to show?
yeah. So if you just put them side by side, you can see that that one really is a continuous line, and then my back stitch, you can see a little bit more of the sort of gaps between the stitches. That's
Yeah,
possibly
and it's nice though, isn't it? Because it's a really sort of traditional
Yes.
hand stitched look.
Absolutely.
So I probably use back stitch and split stitch equally.
Yes.
Because I like the look of it, because it's...
I used split stitch on the sort of thinner bits of the lettering.
Okay.
I used a split stitch. This one here is a chain stitch.
Because the back stitch is almost like a running stitch, a little, you know, it's like a dotted line, so it feels sort of very hand drawn. It's not a running stitch, but I think it gives a nice outline as well.
So right, so when you do a back stitch, you're bringing your thread up, and then you're going to go back first, and you're going to bring your needle back up to the front. That's the same distance away from you've gone there. So your thread is essentially in the centre. There we go, and pull it through. So then you're going backwards again, and you're aiming to join it up with the stitch before. So again, you're getting as much of a continuous line as you can. And it's up to you really how big or small you make them, your stitches, but once you've started, try and keep them fairly even. It's very easy to set off doing them really tiny, isn't it? And then you've like made yourself a rod for your own back, because it's going to take you a long time.
But it's a really good piece to practice with as well, isn't it? I think it's worth use a different stitch for every part.
Absolutely.
And practice with it, because it is really, embroidery is just about repetition.
It is. I think that's what's nice about it.
And it is supposed to have a hand stitched look, so it doesn't have to be perfect.
And it's nice because it is something, it's going to sound funny this, it's in your hands, it's really tactile, isn't it? That's what I like. I like to be able to feel what I'm doing.
Christine says this is absolutely gorgeous. It is, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous.
So there's a little bit of back stitch and a little bit of split stitch to do the outlines. I think they're my favourite two for outlining, really, the ones that I use the most.
So we'll work the main graphic is the London, which is the one that Katharine is working on, because she's doing a taxi.
When you come to finish off, you can see how they look different on the back there as well. So your back stitch, you get like almost like a double line, because you're going back over things, whereas my split stitch, I've just got a tiny little running thing. So you probably use less thread with your split stitch, don't you? To finish off, you can either tie a knot, or you can weave your end through your stitches just to keep it secure, whichever you prefer. And I always think, I mean, people worry if it's not so neat, but I always think most people don't see the back of your stitching, so don't worry too much.
Okay.
And if someone comes in and turns it over, that's quite rude, isn't it?
It is actually, but then that's fine, because you can put a piece of felt over the back of your hoop.
You can, absolutely. So you can see I finished this one off with the running stitch, but I hadn't got to the felt bit, but you could cut yourself a nice circle, stick that on. No one's going to know if it isn't absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful, yes.
Yes. Now I had a really nice idea actually, as I'm stood here, for the wheels.
Okay.
Because they're in a circle, we could do a nice little woven wheel.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yes.
Oh, what a good idea.
Yeah. So, and again, these are really nice and easy.
Well, there's no rules, and it's quite nice, because as you go along, you can think about what stitch to do.
Absolutely. It's not, and you can, you know, experiment a bit, have a go with something different.
I mean, you can look online for loads of stitches there, or, you know, plenty of books around with different embroidery stitches in, see what suits.
See what takes your fancy. So with a woven wheel, so this works for a circle, and you're going to create some spokes first with just straight stitches. Did you used to do this when you were at school?
Yeah, I think
They always do woven wheels with you at school.
but like with
'Cause it's
wool.
fun. That's it. I managed to go through exactly the same spot and like
That
split my
happens to me
thread.
regularly.
Let's put our spokes in and try and space them
It's a nice,
out.
it's nice craft to do with children, though, isn't it?
It is actually. I think children would really like this sort of bus taxi one, don't you? It'd be nice for little boys
But you
or
could-
little girls, really.
But you could do things like you could embroider the outline and then colour them in. So we do have textile marker felt tip pens. In that you get 20 colours, and each pen has a fine tip and a thin tip. So you could use some of the panels to colour in, or it does look nice, embroidery and coloured
that's a
in,
really
mixed
good
together.
idea. I've not tried that.
So you could colour it in and then embroider over it afterwards. So that mixed media thing is quite lovely. And for children as well, if they don't want to do all the embroidery. And it is fully washable, those pens. All the instructions are on the packet.
So I've done my little spoke there, so you can see it looks like a little star. And then the woven part's really, really easy. You are going to, as it says in the stitch, weave it in and out.
Weave it in and out.
Over and under. So you're not actually going through the fabric when you're doing your weaving bit. You're just going to go round and round and fill up your little spokes. So it will look like your wheel's got nice little spokes on it, won't it? Like a proper
Very
wheel.
realistic taxi.
Yes. Come on, threaded. Just get the end. If you're doing it with children, top tip is that children always, when they pull it through, they do this, and then it comes with it. So you you're doing it, and then like, my thread's coming, my thread's come off. It was called it string when I.
Or pin.
So always tell them to like grip it really tightly on the eye when they pull it through.
Okay.
You can tie a little knot, but then that makes it tricky. But if you tell them to hold it nice and tight there, then they can't pull it out. If you're decided you're going to, do this with your grandchildren or own children.
But it's a really good way of teaching or practicing embroidery stitches, because you can just change them as you move along and have a little go.
Absolutely. You're not going to get, they're not going to get bored then. So we can see, we're just, we're done there, and over, and we're going to fill it up. It's like a little spider's web, isn't it?
But perfect for taxi wheels.
But perfect for a taxi wheel, exactly. Oh, the things I think about. You could do alternating colours as well if you wanted. So you could do your spokes in one colour and
that's
your
true. Yeah.
Weaving in a different colour. So you can just, hopefully you can see how that is just filling up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I do on all my wheels, I think. Okay.
And it will look so lovely when it's finished, won't it? But it's nice with, as long as the lines are quite pale, but so as long as you cover them, but they're not too bold, they're dark enough to see. But then you've got the freedom, haven't you, to do what you want. You could think, I'm going to sew a bit of grass on, just coming over the wheels. Or
You could.
You can add all sorts of things. You could put, a name or a logo onto the side of the taxi if you wanted to personalise it, and I think that's lovely. And it's not supposed to be perfect. It's not like machine sewn. It's supposed to be slightly uneven. So if you do any stitches slightly wrong, doesn't matter. It is a really good way to practice. Okay.
Right. Let's do a little bit of filling in. Now, I think when you're filling in, or if you want something to have a little bit more texture to it, use 3 strands. So when I did the sort of central bit here, I decided I wanted to make my crown look a bit jewelly. So this is satin stitch, and I used 3 strands for that one, and it just gives it a little bit more of a raised effect and a little bit more texture.
Yeah, they chose, they had a cake competition, didn't they, for Jubilee? I wonder if they've chosen it yet.
Did they?
Yes, so they had this, they was advertised worldwide that they wanted a new cake recipe for the Platinum Jubilee, and they were inviting people to send their recipes in, so I was really excited to see what won and who was going to enter as well. Hope Nigella enters.
I suppose this is sort of an equivalent to when it was Coronation Chicken.
Exactly, yes, and the Victoria Sandwich. What would I'd have to invent. You've got to invent a cake, haven't you? So what would it be? I don't know. I bet it'd be something. I wonder whether it'd be something using quite modern ingredients or something that's really trendy, like
I don't know.
beetroot cake, or it's not a modern ingredient, but something a bit trendy, isn't it? I have made beetroot brownies, and they're really nice.
They're very nice. Beetroot works very well.
Just like
courgettes work well too. It's the only way when my children were little I could get them to eat courgettes.
Was in a cake.
Courgette muffins.
So I do remember the competition, but I don't know. Mary Berry should win, shouldn't she?
Well, she's like next to the Queen,
she
really, isn't she?
Next to the Queen, isn't she, really?
Right. Now, you see, I think if I was doing this bus, because you've got the little panels sort of here that normally would have where the bus is going, that would be so nice to put someone's name on, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Or you could put the date on it, that you'd done it, which would be really good.
Well, that as well. I mean, that would fit for lots of things, but wouldn't it look lovely in a child's bedroom with their name on it?
I think so.
That
really
taxi
nice
one. So if anyone knows if the cake competition has been finished, can you let me know? Because I'm dying to know what the cake is.
Yes.
And then we all have to make it.
And then we all have to make one.
Yeah, definitely.
So you're going to be on your front lawn with your cake.
Yes, but I hope it's
not
too. I hope they don't get anyone who's really difficult. Really.
You see, really, they should just ask the Queen what her favourite flavours are, shouldn't they?
That would do, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so a filling in stitch, a good one, is a satin stitch with my slightly thicker thread. So this is a long stitch that goes across the space that you want. This is a really, really good one to practice on because you've got 2 parallel lines to practice. And you're aiming to get your stitches as close together as possible so there's no gaps. Now it's the same on the back as the front. You go across on the back too. This is one that if you don't put it in a hoop, you have to be really careful, because if you're not careful, you can pull your fabric too tight and scrunch it up, and then it won't lie flat at the end. The hoop will stop that from happening. So you can see that these stitches are starting to build up and just fit in really nicely.
Nice. That looks lovely, doesn't it? And I guess you could just fill some areas in as well, not all of them.
Absolutely. I think what would I do on this? I'd definitely outline all my windows, and then I think once you've got your windows in on the bus, I'd do a nice name on the little panel, and then I probably would fill in the red on it, just because there's actually, when you've done your windows, not that much area, and it would look very nice.
Okay.
But you could just outline it in the red if you felt like you hadn't got the time and energy to satin stitch it all.
Well, this is where you could use your textile pens as well, couldn't you?
And use your textile pens. Okay.
Yeah, I think we could. That's fab. I think we'll have to move on to the crown.
Are we on the crown now?
We have to move. That looks really lovely though. But you just keep going and try different stitches.
It's nice because you can just do a little bit at a time and pick it up and put it down.
Please do remember to check out the big bundles. So the platinum one has sold out, but it is still in the big bundle. So if you want that window, the only way you can get that is in the big bundle. So please do remember to check out. So should we do crowns?
Yes.
What's your favourite cake, Catherine?
My favourite cake?
Yes.
Well, it's actually my mum's boiled fruit cake.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's not like a Christmas cake. It's not like anything else apart from what it is.
Okay.
But it's a really nice fruit cake.
Is it?
And she always makes it me for like special occasions.
Oh, I love a fruit cake. You have to give me the recipe.
Do you know what? I haven't got the recipe. It's one of those things I have to.
secret?
No, it's not. It's just It's just that it's the cake. It's one of the cakes that she makes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But one day I will have to get the recipe. Yes.
I don't think I've had a boiled fruit cake. And my favourite cake is hummingbird cake.
Oh, I don't know that one.
It's
What's
like,
that then?
oh, it's just the best. Bit like carrot cake, but it's made with pineapple instead.
Oh.
It's absolutely
Gosh,
amazing.
I've never had that.
Hummingbird cake.
And fresh pineapple or tinned pineapple?
Either. Tinned is fine.
So is the pineapple all like in it?
Yes.
Not like a pineapple upside down cake?
No, it's all in it. It's
right.
absolutely amazing, a hummingbird cake.
Well, I'm going to look out for that.
I would highly recommend
We
you
like a
try
bit of
it.
cake
If
in
you're
our
ever
house.
somewhere and they've got hummingbird cake.
Yeah, I've never
Oh,
seen
it's
it.
just, to die for.
Okay.
Right, the crown pattern, half of the... I'm thinking about cake now. Oh my God, I really want a piece of cake.
We're all getting a bit hungry now.
The crown pattern has, half of the stock has gone, so if you want the party crown, remember, you can make crowns all year round. You can make Jubilee party crowns, birthday party crowns, Christmas party crowns, everything.
Yeah.
Just $6.99.
I'm going to wear one every day.
And I think it's great. So birthdays, bring them out every year.
They're good because they're comfortable and they fit because you've got your ribbon.
I like that.
Yeah, none of this, when you get out the cracker and it's way too big or way too small.
And you could put someone's name on it for their birthday and you bring them out every year.
Good.
Fantastic, couldn't it? And
It would.
say you have to wear this all day.
Yes.
Good for hen party.
Yes.
Bridesmaid. Wouldn't it? Yeah.
So many
$6.99.
uses for a crown. We
It's all in here.
don't wear crowns enough.
I don't think and there is always a reason to wear a crown, whatever that day is. Any day is a crown day. Just going to the pub. Going to the pub crown.
Yeah.
And you only need a fat quarter fabric. And you need an extra... And you need another one if you want it to be reversible.
You do.
Right.
Right, so you need to start off by making yourself a little template. Which I've
Is that
done
in
there.
the instructions?
It tells you how to make your template, to
Okay.
measure the head and to cut round. So I did pre-prepare my template.
Okay.
And then when you've done that, you're going to... So what I've done is I've ironed my interfacing, my strip of interfacing.
Oh, okay. Is there any
onto
specific interfacing
fabric.
you need for this?
I would say not really floppy, medium or heavyweight.
Okay.
Because you want your crown to have a little bit... I mean, these aren't hard,
Yeah,
are
we
they,
have-
at all? They're soft,
No, they're not
but
at all.
they hold their shape.
Yeah, so you don't want that up, but this one that we've got here, the medium iron-on, is absolutely fine. Yes, because you don't want the super lightweight.
No. Your crown would
But
flop.
medium or above, but this medium one is fine. There's a metre square there, so you've got loads.
So I put on my strip of interfacing and then place my template on and draw around it. And the instructions tell you to keep your points just above the edge of the interfacing, just because when you sew it, we want to be able to turn them around and get them nice and pointy. So it means there's not too much bulk there. So I've drawn round. Let's put my template out of the way. And we're going to cut two. So I'm just going to fold my fabric like this. Now you can cut two separately, or, and I think I'm going to have to do it like this because I haven't folded it right. Or you can do it on the fold so that you've got one less seam to sew, but I don't think mine quite fits. So I'm going to do it like that and cut it out like this. I'm just going to put a pin in just to hold it together as I cut. And cut it with a little bit of about a 1/4 inch seam allowance on there. Just
Charlie's searching up hummingbird cake now. He's gonna make one now.
I particularly like this fabric because it's not overtly
No,
Union Jackish. It's kind of very
isn't.
tasteful.
It is, yes, very tasteful, Jubilee. Oh, Carol's found us one on Good Food, yeah. How many calories in the hummingbird cake? Too many, probably. Let's not look. Let's not look. Yeah, it's got banana in as well, pineapple and banana. There's a cake shop in London called the Hummingbird Bakery, and they do recipe books, and I have all of their recipe books. And if ever I go to London, I go to the Hummingbird Bakery, and they sell hummingbird cake, as well as other things, many other cakes. One of their shops is opposite the Earl's Court Tube, so I highly recommend, if you go to London, to go to the Hummingbird Bakery. Thank you for a lovely morning. Can I ask about the quilt you demoed earlier? You suggested ripstop do back the quilt. Do you quilt through that? No, because if you did, you'd have little holes in it and then the water would come through. So what I would do, because actually I made a picnic blanket last year for my daughter, I put some just plain white fabric on the back of it and I quilted it. So it was quilted. I then backed it after that, and then I bound the all the layers together. So I made it like a normal quilt. I know you've got an extra layer then, so I did the top layer, the wadding and the backing, quilted it. Then I put the ripstop on the back, and then I bound all the layers together. So, but don't sew through your ripstop, you'll have all the water come in.
Okay, so I've cut that out, and we're going to just stitch across this bottom seam to join the two edges together. I'm considering wearing a crown for sewing more. I might have a special sewing one.
A sewing crown. Well, on the front of Alison's instructions, she's got a crown that's tape measure fabric. See, so that's her sewing crown, obviously. I think it'd be great to just wear it out or when driving the car, but with a completely serious face. What crown?
Exactly.
Or to the supermarket.
Yes.
People would think you were that mad lady.
Possibly already do. Right, we'll just press that. Is that on?
So you can line it with the same fabric.
Yes, or you could use different, depending how, if you've got spare in your stash.
How much have you used there then, do you think?
It is only out of a fat quarter.
Okay.
And there was some left.
Because she says in the instructions that you need a fat quarter fabric or two if making two different ones. Right. So actually you only need a fat quarter.
Because I think they sent me a half a metre, but I just cut it into
right, but
two
if you
fat
want
quarters,
it to be reversible, which it could be,
Yes.
night and day crown, you just need to put a different fabric on the inside.
That's right.
So you could go from office to party.
The possibilities are endless.
I
aren't
love
they?
those articles in magazines that they're night and day outfit, and all you have to do is just put heels on for the evening. You think it doesn't work like that. I need to go home and have a shower and change and everything.
So we're going to place your ribbon in, and just to have it so I've pressed it open, and then this is going on the right side with just a little bit sticking out, and then we're going to fold that over the top so it's trapped inside. You want it near the bottom so it's tied on at the bottom of your crown. Okay, and then we're going to stitch around all the points, but we're going to leave this end open, one end open, so that we can turn it around. Is the plan.
Right. I was thinking this, so then you sandwich the other end in after, right?
Then when we join the other end, we pop the other bit of ribbon in. Just hold these points together with a few pins.
Oh, the platinum pudding competition. Is it pudding, not cake? Oh, I thought it was cake. It's been announced mid-May.
Oh, okay. Well, I should look out for that now.
I thought it was
pudding.
Platinum.
Well, do you know what? I can eat a pudding.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I wonder who's entered it though. Whether it's all like just normal people,
or is it just amateur?
Or whether it's famous people, or whether it's cooks, or whether it's just Mary Berry. She's the only one who's allowed to enter.
I'm going to go backwards and forwards over my ribbon, so that's in really securely.
It won't be as big as our Search for a Star competition, though, will it? Nothing like.
And because you've drawn around your template, you've got a nice little line to follow, which makes it easier.
Of course, yeah.
Swivelling at
well,
the
I like
points.
the way, I'm just reading her instructions, that she tells you how to draw your own template, because then it fits your head, the points.
Exactly.
Because I was thinking otherwise you'll end up with half a point somewhere. So you can make them to just fit your head without the ribbons.
Yes.
The UK's favourite cake. This is Charlie's full of the cake fact. The UK's favourite cake is a lemon drizzle. Now I'm surprised at that. I'd have gone for something chocolate, wouldn't you?
How have they worked that out?
Yeah, who voted?
Yeah.
Well, there was a survey of 2,000 adults that came with that. I don't think that's enough. I think you need 20,000.
You see, in our house, my husband, he would always choose a scone.
Really?
Yes. He just likes a fruit scone. He likes them with nothing on them, no butter or anything.
Well, I wouldn't let him. Wouldn't have them then. No.
My son always chooses chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love a carrot cake as well.
That's Mark Francis's favourite carrot cake.
Is it?
Yeah.
And I love a coffee and walnut.
Yes.
And I love a Malteser cake. Nigella's Malteser cake. Oh, so I do love Nigella. She puts you put Horlicks in the cake mixture. So that's
it's got that malty flavour.
You put Horlicks in the butter icing and cocoa powder and make it, and then you decorate it with Maltesers. But the Horlicks that's in it's quite a lot of it as well. That's in the cake. It makes it quite chewy, squidgy. It's just delicious. Google Nigella's Malteser cake. Oh, we've only got 5 minutes left to talk about cake. Sorry.
My mum made me sticky ginger the other day.
Did
that
she?
was very nice.
Oh,
very nice.
That sounds nice.
She's a very good baker, my mum. And when she comes to visit, she always comes armed with a box of cake. Yeah.
I think you need to get the recipe for a boiled fruit cake. Don't read it though, just send it to me.
Okay, so you've gone round one end and the points.
So these are really quick to make.
Really
you can talk about cakes and do them.
You're going to whiz
all
them
at the same
up.
time.
Honestly, with your afternoon quilt and
we are very limited on the patterns now.
You're going to be Jubilee ready in literally a day, aren't you?
I just think it'd be what a lovely thing to give people as they come to your party, or to just hand out to you, because it uses a fat quarter, and I would use, just a plain fabric for the inside. Can you imagine, like, if you had like William Morris? Yeah, because they don't have to be Jubilee colour. They could be anything.
Not at all.
So you could just use because you're using half and a fat quarter for one crown.
Oh, you could use that. Yeah, you've got scraps and stuff easily. So when you've sewn around these points, you need to trim them down. So I'm trimming down the point, and then at the sort of V, you're going to snip in.
Okay.
So that it's going to turn round beautifully. I'm going to just trim that whole seam down a bit. So you want as little bulk as possible.
Nice.
Once you've done that, we will turn it round.
It could be the new mask making, couldn't it?
Yes.
Make crowns for all your friends and family.
I certainly think, if you've got children's party,
yeah,
it'd be lovely, because it's almost like, because also when you've got little children, they always want to take something home,
yes,
or you have to do something perfect
crown.
for that. Much more sustainable than the sort of things that you might traditionally put in a party bag.
Like sweets.
Yeah.
No, but all those plastic toys and
children. Yeah, but people don't just...
No, and everyone loves a crown.
Yeah. And little children love
and you could use fabric pens to just write their names on them as well, couldn't they? They would absolutely love that.
Get them to decorate their own.
And when you do them for everyone in your street, you could put their names on.
That relies on you knowing their names properly.
You just put
quite often. So
you just put maybe like number 3.
Yes, because sometimes you think you know one of your neighbours' names, and then it turns out that you've remembered wrongly. So the other day, the lovely girl next door to us, she was shouting my husband, and she was shouting, Steve, and he's actually called Simon. So of course he didn't turn round. And it was like.
Or you get a Christmas card from the neighbours, don't you? And it says from Sylvia, and you think,
who's Sylvia?
Who's Sylvia?
Yeah, I've been calling you, I don't know, Shirley. Whatever.
I don't know who she is. Or you realise that for like 10 years you've been sending your neighbour a card with the wrong name on.
Yes.
Done that.
Now, so when you find
please do keep checking out on your patterns, because Oh, so you use the ribbon to pull it through?
You can use your ribbon to help pull it through.
We have got the ribbon. Do we have the ribbon?
This is the fiddliest bit.
There are 99 pence for a metre, and that's all you need for this. And it's a lovely, it's the one that Catherine's using, it's a lovely green,
nice
grey gingham ribbon.
So
it will go with pretty much anything. And any of the fabric panels we had earlier would be ideal. Oh yes, there's also fur. Have you seen this?
Yes, I have got some fur.
This is glorious. Now, there's a picture on the front cover of Alison wearing her sewing themed hat, and she's got a fur trim on it. This is brilliant. This is very, very regal. Gosh, this is long, isn't it?
Well, you've easily got enough for 2, if not 3 out of 4.
Yeah, well, that's 1.95 metres. How long is your crown?
Let's look. I'm going to tell you in inches now.
Hang on, I'm going to lay my...
18, 19, 20, about 23 inches.
Okay, I'll just measure my fur and see how you can... Oh, I don't know where the...
Here, use the quilting mat.
Okay. A party! So that's 24. Did you say yours was 23? Is that as long as your crown?
Is it really? Goodness me.
Hang on, let me measure it across your crown.
That would be the easy, quick way.
That would have been the simple way. Right, 1, 2, 3. 3 and a bit. Almost 4. And that's lovely, isn't it? $3.99 and you can have a furry crown. That would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Have you seen the picture? That's Alison in her crown with the fur trim in her sewing crown. So regal. I'm thinking red velvet crown.
Yes.
Fur trim.
Matching cape.
Very lovely. No, yeah, purple velvet with the fur trim. How lovely would that be? That's gorgeous, isn't it?
So you can see that's all turned around really quite nicely, poking out those points, and where you've snipped it's working all right.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to press in the ends on that open end. Okay, so my other bit of ribbon.
Still a few of the crown pattern available, $6.99, but not many. You need to check out if
Where's
you
my
want
other
it.
bit of ribbon?
Oh, is that it? Is that the bit that I was playing with and coiled in and side and outside?
I won't cut that on. It's there on the floor. There we go. So this bit's going in this end here, and then you're going to top stitch all the way round. So I'm going to tuck that in again so it's nice and strong. Pop a pin in to hold it, and then we'll go all the way around the whole thing, and then that's it.
And that's it. Job done.
Now, literally, apart from making the template,
yeah, you've done that.
I've done everything else
in
I?
under half an hour, in about 20 minutes. And talk to me about cake.
That is multitasking at a new level, Rebecca.
New level. You have to think of cakes and what your favourite was, and get distracted as well. So that's amazing. So thank you very much, Katharine, for this hour. Please keep checking out for all the crown patterns. And don't forget, the Jubilee design roll fabric would be perfect for this. Let me show you. Think how many crowns you would make from this, and they would look amazing, wouldn't they? So you could keep them all joined together, and you could have a crown that had, like, if you use this sort of second section, if you positioned your template properly, it could have Union Jacks around the bottom and corgi points, or corgis around the bottom and crown points. So that would be absolutely ideal, because you would get loads from there, because it's we'll just borrow Catherine's template. Yeah, so you would get 2 across the width. Yeah, and you'd need 2 strips for each one. So that would work really well. So I would suggest getting this. We also had the fat quarters in the earlier hour. They're all on the website. If you click on Watch Live and scroll down, you'll see them all there. But they would be absolutely ideal for making this crown with. Fantastic. Right, if you're not going to, of course you're going to join us for Yarn Lane, but as we're finishing Sewing Street, before we move on to Yarn Lane, same channel, same place, you don't have to move anywhere. But as we're having Yarn Lane next, coming up on Sewing Street tomorrow, is it John's here tomorrow? Mr. John Scott will be presenting at 8 o'clock Liberty Wiltshire Shadow Fabrics. Absolutely brand new colourways. We've got 40 colours. I love the Liberty Wiltshire, it's beautiful, isn't it? We've got 40 colours and we've got some brand new ones tomorrow. So that will be at 8 o'clock. Oh, Sally Ann's in the house tomorrow doing the London Bus and Soldier mini quilts, because obviously this is our Jubilee, well, it's Jubilee week, sort of 3 days. Oh, I'd like to see the London Bus and Soldier mini quilts. 10 o'clock is Hayley's birthday, Jim. Is it Hayley's birthday? Oh, I didn't know that, Hayley's, but is she going to be coming on air? Very exciting. I'll have to message her in. Message the studio. Hayley, what's your favourite cake? 11 o'clock, Sally Ann will be back with the Liberty Chain needle case, and at 12 o'clock it's William Morrison gifting. Oh, so if you've bought your pattern, William Morris fabric, absolutely perfect. Thank you, Catherine, for joining us today. That's amazing.
Okay.
At that. Look at that. Quick crown change in 20 minutes. Told you, day to night, office to party.
I know. I'm Jubilee ready now.
Jubilee ready. I like that colourway as well. Nice fabric.
Yeah, I like that.
Bit more sensible. I love that. When will you be back on air with us?
Do you know what? Sometime towards the end of May, but I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, sometimes towards the end of May.
Thank you.
But thank you for joining. It's been fab. It's been fab. You took loads today. I will be shortening my stitch lengths for quilts from now on.
Excellent.
I will be back. Don't forget to check out on all of your Jubilee makes. We have sold out of loads of things, but we're still trying to get some more of the Jubilee embroidery panel back in stock for you. Don't go anywhere. I've seen it. She's arrived. Jane Crowfoot. She's in the house. The books are selling thick and fast, as are the yarn packs. If you have crocheted before, you are going to love this. It's the first time that we have been able to get the yarn bundles for her beautiful blankets. If you haven't crocheted before, today is the day to start. So I will see you back here. Don't forget to send your messages and your questions in for it. She's an absolute expert. I'll see you back in just a couple of minutes once we've swapped everything around for Jane Crowfoot and her fantastic fruit garden crochet.